now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
We saw that
no
one.
longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. It's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine.
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the thing goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
Tonight, I'm not a screwdriver. I find the honey jack. I am like the pussycat bear, Winnie the Pooh. I get caught in the honey tree, trying to find the honey jack.
As long as you get somebody to be, that's important.
Come party with the Russians. We know how to party.
Hey, I'm dressing red. I got the beard. I'm good to go.
I am the Russian king of karaoke.
That's right. Sasha Drevko, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday night shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am, of course, the host with the most, the Renegade J.J. Williams. Let me begin to bring in the panel here. First off, I'm going to bring in the man who is going to be calling the action tomorrow for our watch party or watch along coverage, AEW Revolution. The simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster.
Hello,
how are we doing
everybody.
this evening, Noah?
I'm doing very well. It was nice to disconnect from wrestling. It feels weird not having a preview on Saturday because we've been so used to that. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I was actually just resting, gaming, and doing laundry and housework. It's been a wonderful, simple Saturday, and I'm looking forward to once again engaging with you and the Open Mic Night crew. So this should be fun because it's Saturday night, and you know what that means. And I'm definitely looking forward to my first All Elite Call 2023 too.
Hey, you know what, man? The show just looks better and better with every passing AEW television I look. I'm so jazzed for the show. I was watching your guys' ATV last night. You guys got me hyped for it. I'm not going to lie. Speaking of, part of that panel last night is the man who will be providing color commentary with you tomorrow. The Heat Man, James Hebert. What is going on, good sir?
I'm doing good. I totally did not comment at the very last possible fucking second before you showed up on camera. Totally didn't just happen.
Yeah, it totally did. We're going to bust your balls. And you look like you just rolled out of bed for this, too. Like you had your alarm set for 8:01 p.m., 11:01 your time. So you can be like, oh, shit. I know the intro's running. I got like 2 minutes before we go on the air.
He pulled up the Jetson thing where he just springed out of bed, picked up the fucking clothes, blasted into it, and then just found his way in front of his computer.
So what's funny is I've just been going ham on edits, so I look like that, but no, it's just I've been going like crazy on editing and all that. So that's what that hairdo is. So
that's why I wear a hat. Otherwise, my hair would look like that.
You know what? Good idea. I'll be right back.
Oh, good
Look
Lord,
at me. I'm already tongue-tied, and I haven't even taken a sip of the drink that you just saw me pour.
Hang on.
About to say, you realize now we're going to hear James say, I like this hat. We're going to learn what hat James likes. What have you started, JJ?
You know what? I was at the store the other day looking at
I
action
know this
figures,
is
and I
not
saw
going to
the
be
Jake
Scout
Hager.
Boy approved, but
You know what? It works. It works. I was at the stores yesterday looking at figures. I saw the Jake Hager figure where he's wearing like the inmate jumpsuit. I'm like, dude, they got to make one with him with the purple hat now. They just have to.
The purple bucket hat.
I like this hat.
Oh, God.
And last but not least, we're going to bring in the founder, as he calls himself, during that lovely video package that James put together. The man who hit the big 4-0 this past Wednesday, who are here to celebrate, who even the most electrifying man in all of Hollywood had the ability to, come in via satellite and pose for a photo for. The West Coast professor himself, Jeff motherfucking Meacham. The man, the myth, the legend.
Thank you.
God.
Yeah, that's right. And as I said in the comments, tonight's show is not sponsored by Jack Daniels, but damn it, it should be, because we're going to be fueling with Jack Daniels tonight, kids.
I'm going to stay 98% sober and stick to my Mountain Dew. Thank you.
Yeah, because you know there's a little something in that Mountain Dew. It's not quite 100% non-alcoholic. You know there's some shit in there somewhere. The Mountain Dew folks is crazy.
Maybe.
If you're going to sponsor a WWE match on purpose, they got to be some kind of drunk anyway. So, there's that.
That's fair.
Exactly.
What, I'm just waiting for the next flavor they're going to sponsor. What's after Pitch Black?
They'll do. Please do a Code Red match, and that's the new name for First Blood.
That would actually work, James. That would actually work.
Hey! I could do booking fantasy and corporate fantasies.
And next thing you know, they'll do an Inferno match sponsored by Flamin' Hot.
No, that Doritos, yes, absolutely.
That's extreme.
I am of JJ adopting the Jeff's drink for the night in honor of my birthday, continued birthday shenanigans, celebrations, whatever you want to call it. The Honey Jack and Coke, as displayed in the opening. There was no Coke in that. Sasha was drinking straight Honey Jack because he created that. But I have poured myself my dual vaccine for the Monday, but I wanted to debut this today because it is on our network, Multiverse of Media. This was given to me as a gift along with the shot glass that goes with it. If I can do it without spilling my drink, which is always an adventure.
Oh, what?
It's given to me by my family this week.
Oh, wow.
Established 83, limited edition, aged to perfection. So to everybody in the open mic night universe, the multiverse of media, if you will, cheers. And here's to the next, hopefully 4 hours. Yeah, right. We'll see how much go after that. But here's to another 40 more. Damn it. That's all I got to say.
God bless you, Jeff. Honored and humbled to know you since 2017 and ongoing. Let's keep the party rolling.
That's it, man.
This is a tasty beverage.
It's funny that we saw the clip with Sasha. And by the way, goddamn it, Brandon, we miss you. We love you, dude.
For real.
That was completely 100% off the cuff, the way it was back then with us.
That episode of After the Bell with Jeff Meacham before Corey Graves stole that shit
fucker
is literally called the Clusterfuck episode.
Straight up.
He straight up was filming after Battleground Pro Wrestling. You can see throughout the video people walking around in the back room and everything. Dylan crashes the camera.
Yeah.
And then Sasha Derevko first says something from off camera to get Jeff's attention.
Because
Jeff's like, come on, the camera's running. Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
So to his credit, he walks on camera, full gimmick voice.
Yes.
That's not how he talks.
Full
gimmick voice. And he just cuts this insanely hilarious promo about the Honey Jack and the Pussycat Bear Winnie the Pooh. And then, of course, Jeff is wearing the burgundy and the yellow, looking like Winnie the Pooh tonight. That was completely not planned, by the way.
No.
I'm sure not.
Sounds lovely. Sounds wonderful.
That was brilliant. That was freaking hilarious.
Well, one of those, I had the whole denim jacket thing planned because people seem to be liking that look on me. Then I realized my work pin's on there. I'm like, I'm probably going to get fucked up tonight. It's probably not an idea to have the work stuff on necessarily. So we'll just go ahead.
The fair take. I mean, the only time I wear anything non-suit is when I'm actually traveling, and that's a huge rarity. So,
well, I mean, to be fair, when you're traveling, when you're flying anywhere or taking a long trip, wearing a suit for that length of time is a pain in the ass. So I get it. I totally 100% get that. But it is great to see everybody in the chat room already. We got a pretty good influx crowd already, so I dig it the most.
Yeah, we've already got 12 people watching. We've already received a super chat, which I'll get to in just a second as I'm going through all these other comments here.
And of course, we appreciate the Jeff Generic multiverse of media masses.
Yes. And I can say without hesitation, because JJ, during the No DQ review, I did get the official confirmation from work. Even though JJ is hosting, even though Noah and James are calling the show, I will be there tomorrow.
Yay! All right. Yeah.
I will watch the revolution unfold. It will be televised. Damn it.
Damn right.
And I got to admit, I'm going to bust my own balls here. When he told me that in private chat today, I was all kinds of booty jumbled about it. I was like, ugh. After all the hard work I did getting ready and everything, you're going to be there now. So you're going to take over. And Jeff is going to want to do things his way and have his hands in the cookie jar. And he's like, bro, just because I'm there doesn't mean that you can't do you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I was like, all right, cool. You know, if I've still got your blessing to run things, even though you're going to be available, cool. He was like, I won't even pop in if you don't want me to. I was like, no. We ain't got to go to extremes or nothing.
Yeah.
This way I can just worry about producing, get a little bit more practice for WrestleMania weekend since somebody is going to be there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to not only do color with you, but also produce.
Yup.
Pretty much the entire weekend, at least for 3 shows.
Yes.
I guess we could talk about it off air. I was going to recommend I could also produce, and then you guys can focus on the call because I know how to do it now.
We can definitely talk about that off the air, bro.
Cool.
I would be open to that. That's one less weight off of my shoulder, which is why we took half of these weights off of Jeff's shoulders in the first goddamn place.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking, all right, what's easier for everybody
out
here?
loud. I mean, again, James is probably going to be in the producer seat for, of course, what's to come in next week. And stay tuned, folks, for more details, promotions on what's to come this month. As again, March is truly going to be madness for professional wrestling. Damn it! And so much more too. But also, JJ, keep this in mind. AEW, there is no showcase shopping network commercial freaking filler. It's action after action after action after action after action. Once the freaking JR intro goes, it's nonstop until it's game over for the show.
And
I know. I'm sure there'll probably be a backstage promo or two.
Okay,
but there's not going to be all the like superstar showcase shit. They do during WWE. And really quickly, before we get lost, let me go ahead and acknowledge Daniel's super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it is something he's suggesting for a topic for next week, which we'll definitely put in the queue.
Yeah, man.
But definitely want to acknowledge the fact that he super chatted topic for the next open mic night. When Cody Rhodes wins the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship, who will be the one to take it from him and when?
That's a good question.
So that'll give us about a week to really ponder over that, Daniel. Thank you again for the super chat. And Jeff told me off camera he wants to do a karaoke song tonight.
Ooh.
He has actually reworked the words to a song. That way we don't get copyright pinged.
Well, we probably
to help celebrate his big 4-0. So if we can we'll keep it simple, y'all. If we can get up to $25 in super chats tonight, and we were already $5 of the way there, Jeff will do the karaoke song. So put a little bit out there in the atmosphere, into the ether, if you will.
I'm not gonna say
Fed, you ain't never lied. WrestleMania week is definitely going to be wild.
I thought last year was wild as much as we covered because we did both nights of Mania. We didn't do NXT last year because it was just too much. It was one of those. But knowing the team we have in place, knowing that I have the utmost confidence in this team to pull that shit off. And JD, it's funny, you mentioned you're going to have to produce at least 3 shows. The only reason I'm not going to be producing Stand and Deliver or, be a part of it is because, in theory, if people are on time driving, for the love of God, Travis, hope you're fucking watching this show. I'm going to be on my way to Inglewood by the time NXT goes live, or at least is
exactly
off air, and we're going to do that transition between the two. So hopefully that'll come off okay. I'll also say this about tomorrow. Aaron made a great point during the review today. I, by the way, as part of DQ review, thank you to everybody at newdq.com for be part of that shenanigans for an hour and a half. That was JJ said out there. That shit was bonkers.
That was ultimate shenanigans. I was already a little bit weary of them going live 3 hours before we go live with their panel show, and then going to follow with our panel show. And their show was definitely shenanigan filled, much like ours will.
Yes.
Virtue was on one this evening.
Oh, God.
If you did not see it, go back and watch it. But you were saying, Jeff.
Yeah, he just get. I think David gets so wound up about Bray Wyatt that it just comes out in Virtue mode, and it is what it is. And you know what? That's something. So God fucking bless him for it, right? Anyway, Aaron made a good point that he's going to be on late for the recap tomorrow night because, God damn it, AEW always runs late. And I said that's why we're going Monday night tonight because we ain't gonna be able to do that shit post AEW because we got to go to bed.
Yeah, Sunday night that ain't happening. I'll tell you that right now.
We have our Saturday niche, and we're good to go.
Yeah, at most, we'll probably be live for an hour post-show just to kind of give final wrap-up thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah, hour pre-buy-in.
Absolutely, yes. Post buy-in, if you will, when we're cashing our chips and getting the hell out of the casino, run for our lives.
Right.
Anyway,
so
topic list is good. Dude. I'm looking forward to this show.
I always look forward to this. Again, this is always a weekly highlight for me. And with a week of just, constant insanity in this weird, crazy mistress we deal with called life and reality, especially when people question how you handle a mentality.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely something that I feel we all need as a positive reinforcement and reminder of why we love professional wrestling. Damn it!
Absolutely. So let's get into it. So when I woke up this morning, just to let the fans know, I often set a group chat out on Saturday mornings, kind of reminding everyone what's going on, the ins and outs and everything. When I sent my message this morning, I had 0 topics. I didn't know what the F we were going to talk about.
Sounds about right.
And so I started going through online, and the first thing that we're going to discuss was the first thing I saw, because it was posted, I want to say, earlier today off of a podcast that probably happened yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
And so, and I always go to this Facebook page to kind of get some of my topics from. I rarely ever edit them. You see the watermark in the corner. But I often go to this page, so I started going through the last week or two, because it's been slow news for us, really, for the last, we'll say, since the couple weeks post-Rumble.
Yeah. One thing right now, that's going to change come WrestleMania week.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not trying to jinx nothing, but we'll say about the past month, maybe month and a half, it's been kind of slow topically for us.
Yeah.
I just kind of went back and I looking through, seeing what I can string together to kind of tell a story, here on the channel. And came up with 5 topics to kind of run through here. There's definitely a common thread of Judgment Day that's going to come towards the end. We're going to kind of slide through those with brief intermissions in between. But the first thing that I saw, the thing that I discovered today, was about Rikishi possibly coming to the Bloodline. Apparently, he gave an interview on the Road Trip After Hours podcast saying, I think they need to add Rikishi to that Bloodline mix. Rikishi is the real father. They ain't going to make up nothing. This is a shoot. Anybody that can straighten up their kid would be their dad. So right now, their kids are in turmoil. They just don't know what they want to do. It's a crisis out there. So right now, for Rikishi to step in with some law and order, I think that would be really good. And granted, I haven't seen SmackDown from yesterday yet, but I do know that the whole where is Jay, where does he lie is still very much being prevalent in the storyline. I'm 100% with Keish on this.
Yeah.
I would love to see Keish come on screen and just lay some law down. Kind of be like in not as comical of a way, but almost be like when Randy brought Cowboy Bob back to go against The Undertaker.
Yep.
Be like when Chavo brought Chavo Sr. back, going into that feud with Ray and Eddie and everything.
Yep.
Have Jimmy, Jay, and maybe even have Solo be the one to do it. We need you, Dad. Boom. Let me see Roman go toe-to-toe, eye-to-eye with Rikishi.
Yeah. Trouble cheeks.
I'm sure that Rikishi acknowledges the fact that Roman is wrecking shit right now.
Oh, yeah.
But I also am sure that Roman would acknowledge the legend that is Rikishi, Hall of Famer as a matter of fact, and give him his just due as a result. So I am all for that. Gentlemen, what do you think? And we'll go to the birthday boy first.
Well, I've not been, exactly quiet about the fact that I had that man acknowledge me as an oos before they even gave that shirt to Sami Zayn in the first friggin' place. Let me just go ahead and say I'm all for Keish coming in for this. Now, JJ, I know you haven't watched SmackDown, so forgive me. In order to extrapolate, I gotta be a little.
That's fine. Go ahead.
So, the bottom line is Roman told Jimmy that if Jay don't show up next week, it's no longer Sami Zayn's fault. It's Jimmy's fault. So Jimmy knows he's in shit. Solo, who was standing there off to the side, or actually Solo was in the back during the course of the night, and he was out there in the ring with facing Sami Zayn with Jimmy at ringside. So Solo knows what's going down, right? Jay is still the wild card. We don't know where Jay is at this point. And I 100% agree with Solo and even Jimmy, Solo trying to save Jimmy's ass, Jimmy trying to save his own ass, calling in Papa Keish like, dude, Roman's going to beat me up again. It's bad enough that he's been beating me up the last, years of our lives. Bad enough he had to beat Jay up to get me in line 2 years ago, whatever. I love the fact that Rikishi's the only member of the bloodline that isn't signed to somewhere else and hasn't really been brought in for any of this, right?
Nope.
So I am 100% okay with that. We're not going to get Jacob. I'd love to see Jacob Fatu brought in, but it's not going to happen, at least not yet.
Not yet, no.
He's far too comfy making MLW money. He's good. And I don't know if Jacob would want to try to tone his own shit down for purposes. Let me just be clear on that.
No. I've heard his promos. No way.
Yeah. Jacob are just being Jacob off camera, let alone as MLW superstar Jacob Fatu.
Yeah.
But I love it, and I would love if, because Rikishi's hat he's had in recent years, it says Ultimate Oos. It's like he can be honorary all he wants. I'm the Ultimate Oos, and don't none of you kids forget it. So that's how I would play. Even wear that hat. Wear the Ultimate Oos hat because Rikishi's getting a little thin hair like good old JM. Let's not kid ourselves. Still got that blonde locks. He's still rocking it, but it's getting thinner. So
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, there you go. I would. Yeah, I wear the Ultimate Oos hat and just be out there like, Roman, you sat here a few weeks ago. If you're gonna act like I'm gonna treat you like kids, well, I'm gonna treat y'all like kids because you are my kids. Goddammit. Because even at his age, Keish still commands that respect, as he should. He's a Hall of Famer. He is a long tenured member of the WWE family, and especially the Anawahis, the bloodline. He's been, and again, he is the tie that's still involved, actively or not within WWE, but actively in wrestling, period. He is the tie between Paul Heyman and the Anawahis, because Paul Heyman's early managerial clients, as far as this family goes, was Keish and Sam. So I am all about Rikishi coming in for this, 100%.
Noah, what are your thoughts on this?
I like this idea of Rikishi coming in. That is, again, the father figure to the Usos. But I also like the idea that maybe Roman Reigns takes out his rage on him instead in front of Jimmy if Jay doesn't show up, or Jay sees what Roman truly is, and Jay still questions, is he truly bloodline or not? The whole idea of Rikishi coming in, though, yes, I feel that needs to happen to further the storyline of where Jey Uso stands and what Jimmy Uso's future could be. We talked about Solo Sikoa and him being this silent, non-reactive enforcer. Let's just call it what it is. And that's because Roman Reigns literally keeps him at the hip. But what if somehow this causes a sort of character development out of Solo Sikoa? What if we continue to see further, cracks within the bloodline where we're talking about family, finishing the story, etc.? Because on SmackDown, which I did see the highlights too, you saw two sides of Roman Reigns. You saw, of course, the serious tribal chief, and then you saw Cody Rhodes' opponent that has massive respect for Dusty Rhodes, considering one is the son of the American Dream, the other one was crafted by him, if you will, because he had it. So yeah, I definitely agree. But as far as the Rikishi role, I don't want him necessarily to come in here and restore order or remind the Usos where they came from, but I want to see him brought in. Roman questions who brings him in, and then Roman uses him as an example at the expense of his sons to really make Jey Uso think. But yeah, I definitely agree. Bring Rikishi in to further this, because whether he's brought in as a expendable or as somebody to remind you all where you came from, I'm your father, but acknowledge your tribal chief. If Roman Reigns can't beat up The Rock, he can damn sure beat up Rikishi.
James, put a bow on this for us.
I think it's going to work big time, because you got Rikishi, who you would consider at this point definitely the grandfather of the entirety of the bloodline at this point.
Yep.
And I think bringing him in would be definitely seal this entire thing in a nice little bow. But my question is, how do they bring him in? What do they do to bring him in?
Exactly.
Does the bloodline end before WrestleMania, or does it become stronger because Rikishi got everybody on the same page, even though Roman's reluctant? That's really going to be the question. It definitely adds more intrigue to what has already been a great build for the main event of Night 2 of Mania. You can't have him be Stinkface Rikishi.
No.
In this case, you have to have him be the bad man. This is the one instance where the bad man was basically just an extension of Rikishi and what he was doing in the Indies, in his later years.
Right.
He works. The bad man gimmick has to be the gimmick he goes with on this. Where he talks down to Roman. He's like, you beat up my kids. You made this isn't a family. This has turned into a cult now with you at the helm. And I ain't standing for it, Deuce. I ain't standing for it for one damn second. And then, go from there. I think that's the way they're probably going to go with it. I just hope we don't see a stink face. I don't think there's a need for a stink face for anybody.
Well, I actually like what Ken said. I should reply to it. I'll go and throw it back up there.
Go ahead.
And Ken talked about, the Usos attacking Rikishi at Roman's behest. I think what would be better is having Rikishi laid out by Roman to bring the Usos back in line once and for all. The sons pay for the sins of the father.
Yeah, that's what I was literally referring to.
Shakespearean movie TV shit right there. Just like, no, your son's messed up. You pay for their sins now. You get laid out, and your boys have to watch me lay you out. And if they do a goddamn thing, I'll lay them out too.
And Paul Heyman's just back there subtly watching on. Because again, let's not count out the Paul Heyman factor. Because what if Paul Heyman's the one that does this behind the tribal chief's back? Again, he's the wise man, but does Roman truly trust the wise man? Is Roman right now at a state of disbelief when it comes to who he truly can rely on in his family, in the bloodline? Like James alluded to, is the bloodline at a crossroads? Could it end possibly at WrestleMania, or could it further break down even beforehand?
Here's what I'm thinking, because we've still got a number of weeks until WrestleMania.
Yes.
Have Roman on SmackDown be ready to begin decimating Jimmy Uso. Have Jay appear through the crowd like he's been doing, and then Keish come out from the ramp with him. So now Roman's like getting cornered, one through the crowd, one from the ramp. gets Jimmy. They make the save, and there looks like there's dissension in the bloodline even more still. Now the Usos are back together, but they're with their dad.
Right.
Then we build towards Mania and that match that we still think might be happening, but we're not really sure, of the Usos versus Sammy and Kevin.
Right.
And have Rikishi lay out Sammy and Kevin, asserting that, yeah, I got them back together, but God damn it, Bloodline's still wrecking shit.
And then you got another member of the bloodline in the modern era, and you also have another legend appearance, technically, for WrestleMania, which is all about bringing in the big names. I like that as well. I also
And
figured
then
out,
you can also build to the rematch at Backlash, where Sammy and KO get the straps.
Well, yeah, but like I was talking about on fantasy booking last week, I thought about Kevin Owens versus Solo Sikoa, and then you have Jey Uso going a whole different direction. And you may not watch SmackDown, but you watch Raw, JJ. You know what's happening next week. We're getting Solo Sikoa versus Kevin Owens 1-on-1. And spoiler alert, 3, 2, 1. On SmackDown, in the main event, it was Solo Sikoa versus Sami Zayn. We're talking about Paul Heyman. We're talking about Rikishi. We're talking about Jimmy. We're talking about Jay. I still feel like we're talking about Paul Heyman. We're talking about Roman. Could the biggest wild factor here actually be Solo Sikoa, who has yet to speak a damn word?
It's always possible. I'd be down for it. I love me some Solo Sikoa.
He was in your NXT.
I know.
I like JJ's scenario of having the Fatus be together, Solo not deciding which way to go. And then I'm not saying the go home like the SmackDown before Hall of Fame, because that's just too goddamn close to the mark. No. But somewhere between next week and that SmackDown, we get Rikishi laying out Sammy, like you said, Jay, having that bond bring Sammy and Kevin back together. And then when we think, okay, well, the Fatus are over here, we don't know about Solo. Roman's an island unto himself on the island, obviously, even with Paul. And then somewhere along the way, they all come back together, and we are united bloodline front going into Mania. And people are going, fuck, Sammy, Kevin, and Cody have no goddamn chance now.
Yeah.
But that little bit of seed of doubt, because we were talking about earlier, people are so convinced that the story has to end with Cody by Cody becoming champion at WrestleMania. No, not at all.
Not really. Not really.
We discussed that last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still say there, and I kind of went off on a tangent on this a couple hours ago, but
I saw.
Yeah, I know you did. But the audience may not have seen that, so
that's fine.
There is money in 1,000-day T-shirt, 1,000 days for Roman Reigns.
Absolutely,
money. Guarantee it. If they make that shirt, and I'll buy everyone in the goddamn room right now. I'll tell you what, because that's just money. Then you have Cody win the briefcase in London, get a huge pop in London. Then you have him call his shot. That's money for me. Anytime a Money in the Bank guy call his shot, I was like, where's my goddamn ticket for this show? Because I want to see this match happen. I was supposed to be there the first time somebody called their shot, and well, work got involved. I couldn't be in New York. Exactly. Thank you. And then, John calling the shot. Raw 1000 is going to do numbers anyway, but it did more numbers because we knew we were going to see CM Punk versus John Cena at the end of Raw 1000. And that was just bing. Granted, dusty finish, but it is what it is there. You get Cody winning that briefcase in London in front of that crowd that's been clamoring for a major show and not have a karaoke session at the end of it like it did last time. And then going to Detroit, which is still a major market for WWE, but not one of the, oh my God, big markets. They get a crowd of 50-something thousand people like they had 80 for WrestleMania into that stadium and have that be Cody's moment.
Yeah.
People eat that shit up like homemade apple pie. Tell you what.
Like I said, if I could be there live and see that just adds more for me.
Yeah, I would rather have, and this is going to sound so virtue-like, I'd rather have the people be pissed after WrestleMania just to have the crowd reaction. And like the country song says, let's give us something to talk about open mic night and the recap show.
Yeah, and see what the crowd's like on the Raw after WrestleMania. You think they're going to come in with absolute excitement. Instead, they're going to come in with absolute visceral.
Think about how pissed people were when he ended WrestleMania beating The Undertaker.
Yep.
Yeah,
15 minutes.
True.
Can you imagine him and the Bloodline, if they happen to retain too, walking down that ramp at the place formerly known as Staples Center with their belts over their heads? This crowd in LA will eat them alive. I'll be sitting there going, I love this shit.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
And I'll be calling
fair.
it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Or
yeah.
just watching it. I mean, what's there to call? I'm just literally seeing this is what the Raw to WrestleMania has been missing for a number of freaking years. But I digress.
Buy the shirt. I did.
Yes, you did.
A baby face, the feel-good story doesn't always have to mean it ends at WrestleMania, y'all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Again, I said it on I think I literally said last week with you, JJ, when we had a little intermission with just the two of us. I said how many times when it came to Cody and this WWE, it's gotta be Cody. It's gotta be Cody. It's gotta be Cody. At WrestleMania this year, I can 100% say that. And I love that.
Nobody can. And that's what has roped you and James back into things. And that's what makes storytelling so good is you can't predict it. You know, back in the 80s, the white cowboy hat versus the black cowboy hat, yeah, you could smell that shit coming a mile away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Today's wrestling landscape, Roman Reigns being the dominant force that he is, he's the irresistible force and the immovable object.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's no longer the irresistible force meets the immovable object because fucking Roman Reigns is both.
Yep. Bar none.
Truth.
And
again, can Cody Rhodes overcome that? Cody Rhodes said he's the guy that's climbed mountains. We will see if he can climb the ultimate mountain and claim the prize, finish the story, and fulfill the dream. Soon enough. Again, WrestleMania can't come soon enough for this match alone. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. You know, if they go night 2. But man, think about this, JJ. You were really coming into your fandom as a wrestling fan in the Attitude Era, you know, even more to the end. Think about how many people were just about WrestleMania becoming the Fatal 4-Way. Yes, we love Mick Foley getting his moment. Yes, Big Show being involved led to some questionable booking as far as the showster and all the stuff and whatever. But think about how I don't have the numbers in front of me, so forgive me. Backlash 2000. The Rock's going to win at WrestleMania. We got a new champion. We're good to go. Vince is in his corner. Everything's hunky-dory. Whap! Just kidding. Lay him out. Then you get Rock against Hunter with Vince, with Stephanie, with Shane as referee. Yeah, he's got Stone Cold backing him up, but Stone Cold's a wild card. All we know about him is he's got a busted up neck and he's destroying the DX bus outside. We don't know where he stands. Because last time we saw Austin was in 99 where he was still beefing with The Rock and he got run over by God knows who. We don't know if The Rock did it. Did Rikishi do it for The Rock? We don't know what happened at this point. So that pay-per-view, which was the first real backlash that really got some chutzpah behind it, was because of a WrestleMania booking decision that at the time seemed like, fuck.
Right.
Cody losing right now doesn't seem near as, what the fuck, as it did 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. And that makes it more money worthy to buy into and to follow up on. It brings context to the actual name, Backlash, period. And that's been missing for several years.
More compelling storytelling. Prior to sending the link out, I was watching WrestleMania 14's main event because Jeff and I are going to be doing the top 10 WrestleMania main events.
Right.
Could you imagine Sean's back notwithstanding, let's say that he was 100% healthy.
Right.
Austin loses that match?
Oh my gosh.
As behind Austin as the entire crowd was at that point, as much as that was the defining moment, the real jumpstart of the Attitude Era.
Yep.
Austin loses. Finally gets the belt at SummerSlam.
in the Garden.
That's literally what we're looking at here as far as Roman Cody goes.
Exactly. Without JR, that's the only thing. You don't have JR.
But because 98 figure SummerSlam was at the Garden.
I remember that.
Stone Cold gets anointed as the guy in front of WWE's crowd. Like, hello. Even if it's still Shawn at that point. Like you said, Shawn's backing off. You see, butterfly effect, Jay. We talk about this all the time on Dads. You've got the Outlaws being groomed for DX. That becomes a thing anyway. Waltman's been butthurt by WCW. He comes in and joins DX anyway. So now you've got the 5, 6 if you count Joni team of DX being Shawn and Hunter and X-Pac and the Outlaws and China.
Against the Nation of Domination.
Nation throughout that summer, because then you're elevating Rock even further because he's going against Shawn Michaels as well as Triple H.
Yep.
And then, oh, by the way, Stone Cold's still there and he's pissed because Vince said before WrestleMania, I don't want him to be champion. And they found a way to have him not be champion. So you still get the Austin McMahon dynamic. You still get DX and the Nation. But fuck me, dude. Like, God.
Yeah.
The fairy tale ending, with all respect to Ciampa and Gargano, doesn't have to be in March or April, kids.
No.
Doesn't.
Exactly. It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Whew.
And that's what we've been built to believe over all these years.
Yeah.
You know,
it has
the boyhood dream has come true for
true.
Shawn Michaels.
A miracle on Bourbon Street. Daniel Bryan, WrestleMania 30.
You know, it's like that's what we've been built to believe, but it doesn't have to happen that way.
No, it doesn't. It makes it more unpredictable, and that makes it more worthwhile.
And even then, think about it this way. Do we get that WrestleMania moment with Bryan if the thing at SummerSlam months prior doesn't happen? I will never forget, as long as I live and breathe, sitting at that Hooters down the street doing the streaming thing, because I didn't have a ticket for SummerSlam that year, and I was getting ready to help run the No DQ after party. Tears of joy for my buddy Bryan finally becoming the WWE champion, beating my other buddy John Cena, no less, in a match that John handpicked him for.
Yep.
And Money in the Bank. You know, okay, well, Orton will cash in, but it'll be, and then Triple H does his thing. I'm throwing chairs across the top deck of Hooters. I'm getting told off at this point. But again, that moment doesn't happen. We don't get that 7-month build toward the miracle on Bourbon Street. Long-term storytelling, Noah, you said it has been missing so much. And regardless of who you praise, regardless of who's actually in charge of creative, whether it's Vince or Hunter or,
Paul Heyman
or Joe Kawasaki from down the street, this shit has us, all 4 of us here and everybody watching in that chat room, roped in right now. And that is what it's about, damn it.
And that's what WWE's been missing for the longest time, them particularly.
Long time, yeah.
Absolutely. That was some good conversation, gentlemen.
Damn good opener. And again, give me to WrestleMania!
Before we go
4 weeks.
Before we get to the next topic, we're going to take a look at what is coming up this month from the Casa D18 Studios channel.
Hey, Jeff, it's your buddy Sam Knight. Just wanted to reach out and wish you a happy birthday, man, and send you my appreciation. You've been one of the greatest friends I've had in a long time. We've been at this for a long time, so I wanted to give you my love, wish you a very happy birthday, and hope to see you soon.
That's another guy that's called me Oos day one. So, Sam, love you, brother. I look forward to the next time we get together. Whatever, get together. Wow, I'm not even one deep yet. Here we go. I totally botched my heartfelt thing to Sam. I love you, man. And he's another one, JJ. Oos for life, dude. We love Sam. We love Sean. Everybody from Battleground, man. Just love you guys.
That's why I did not say botch, because I could definitely just see the emotion right there as soon as you came on camera.
But it's true though.
Yeah,
he's not joking. He's he was part of that. When I'm trying to rate or even one segment. Bitch. Yeah, I hate the show, Jay.
Aren't you glad you didn't go to the game tonight, Jeff?
Anyway.
Oh man, we're having a good time. It's open mic night, damn it.
When I decided to part ways at No DQ, not do anything with them for briefer than I turned out, to be honest. I thought it was done for good. Going to Battleground and really getting in that little tight-knit family that was the wrestlers, the crew, us. It was special. And Sam brought me in to do help me out with the promotion, Jay.
Pro Wrestling Massive.
Massive, thank you. I knew it was an M word, but I wasn't Meacham because I was too egotistical apparently. But
Pro Wrestling Meacham.
Yeah, Pro Wrestling Meacham. There it is. Buy the shirt. Buy the tickets now. It doesn't happen. It's going to be on CW.
Meacham Pro Wrestling.
Yeah, booking your main event.
That's family. I am not even on that. No. That's no. But Sam brought us in, man. It was so cool, and we got to know his family, and just I'm very appreciative, Sam. So thank you. I love you, brother.
Yeah, it was kind of caught me off guard because, again, I'm Paul Heyman here. I may not bullshit. I don't bullshit the crowd. I may bullshit the talent. But this dude comes to me the other night and he's like, "Hey, so I had all planned to go on open mic night and everything, but I got the opportunity to go to the game. I hope you don't mind." And I was like, "Well, fuck you then." Because I've started to build the show as your birthday celebration. I'd literally that morning I had made the room and everything, the graphic, posted it had shown up on YouTube, and then the birthday boy is telling me he's not going to be there. I'm like, I'm not going to tell you not to go because I know it's your Kings. I know how much you love it. I was like, but you ought to know I did build this as a birthday celebration to you.
And in all fairness to JJ, I had come home. God help me. I had come home from a literally all-night bender at Disney Thursday night, and love you, Jenna. Love my Paradise Kitty girls, but goddamn, JJ. Well, again, JJ appreciate this. I think appreciate it more considering who the audience is here in the background. When Jenna first got there to meet me, we went over to Hearthstone. And the familial connection, that's where Teresa and Ken met. So I'm seeing people I haven't seen in years that remember who I am, remember who I'm connected to. Birthday drinks are being bought. It was like SummerSlam 2010 all over again. I'm like, oh God, I'm gonna end up freaking passing out in my living room bed again.
God help your liver.
Yeah, I think my liver's on freaking reserves at this point, and oh well, it is what it is. I'm 40 now. Fuck it. So I had come off being up, into the hours, up all night, came home, literally stumbled my ass through this door out of an Uber car, a Lyft car. I don't take Uber because Uber is a bunch of crooked assholes. Lyft car, freaking stumbled down the hall, took a leak, came in here, fell asleep, only woke up because my alarm went off at 11:20, and like, oh, that's a hangover. And had not gone on YouTube social yet. So I told him, hey, I have a chance to go to the game. And he said, okay, can you not? Because I've kind of been working this shit. And then I see the graph. I go, oh, fuck. So to my family's credit, I'm like, hey, they got something planned for me. They won't tell me what because, they they think I'm enjoying the surprises not knowing what's going on my own damn channel, which that was beautiful to see Sam. So I'm not gonna shit on that. But can you guys substitute in? And my brother's like, yeah, I got it. So he's going tonight. He's gonna go Monday to see the Washington Capitals, and yeah, it's gonna be good. So I am appreciative of being here, and I'm a little nervous what's coming now, but I appreciate Sam being there, and I love him, and I love you guys for doing that. So thank you.
Sam, Sam is one of those guys, like Jeff said. He really was an oos to us, a brother. We first went to Battleground, and it was just kind of like I had seen that one of our old buddies, B-Boy, was booked, and so we went to kind of see him again, see what he'd been doing. Hadn't seen him for the better part of 3 to 4 years at that point.
Something like that.
And saw the talent of the show, got to know the Knights, got to know Sasha and his brother Alexis and all the other talent that was there. And Sam and Sean, the Black Knights as they're collectively called, really kind of brought us in and made us feel part of the family. So whenever I have the opportunity to reach out to him for stuff like this, he's always more than an accommodating. He doesn't have to hesitate. He's like, absolutely. And he was honestly the first person I messaged about this today. So the last time he did something for Meach, it was for the 1-year celebration of the Jeff Meacham Network. And we're going on, we just turned what now, Jeff?
Right.
Yeah. So it's been a couple years since he's had a video from Sam.
It's very funny. One of the people you reached out to for that show, today's her birthday. To make sure she's not watching. Stars were playing tonight, so she's probably an after party if they won and a commiserating if they lost. But happy birthday, Demi. I said it on social. We miss your energy here in LA, girl, because the crew kind of is what it is now. But we miss your energy, sweetheart. So happy birthday if you happen to catch this clip.
All right. So the next topic, the next official topic we're going to get into has to do with one person whose contract is coming up pretty shortly in one company, and one person who's working the last few dates that he's got in the other company. And could we potentially see Brock Lesnar finally leave the WWE and probably within the next year or two get his spot in the Hall of Fame? And could Kenny Omega be essentially taking his place, because you got to figure the amount of money they're going to have to throw at Omega, and with Brock not being under salary anymore, that frees up a hell of a lot of money.
Ain't that the truth?
So what are we thinking here, gentlemen? Could we see Kenny Omega in the WWE by the year's end, or we'll even go a little bit further, by Mania next year? James, we'll go to you first this time.
I don't know, because I want to say yes, but I don't know if there's still a lot of bad blood within the industry on how Kenny handled that scrum. And I feel like, at least at first, I think Hunter would be a little hesitant to bring in guys like Omega in. Especially when you consider, like, the damage that was done with that scrum. Now, it all really depends on how they go on from there, because we know everybody got their stuff reconciled and everybody's good now. But, okay, where do we go now? Then that's going to be the question. Does he have a spot in the WWE if they can get their shit worked out here in AEW first? Does he go to WWE at all? Does he even want to go to WWE? I don't really know. I think he's saying that he wants to. I think he's teasing it, because that's what you do if you're in this industry. You tease it, and you kind of get yourself over with all over wrestling, including WWE. You try to get your name out there in some regard. But does Omega really want to do that? I don't think he does. I think he's made that very clear. I think, not for nothing, but with Omega and FTR and Punk and Monet all being in the same arena at the same time for the same reason, all of which, by the way, were not Triple H favorites, I think that tells me no. I think he's just teasing that he'll go. But I don't think it's actually going to happen. If anything, Cody is more of a Triple H guy than Omega, and the Bucks are Triple H guys. You know, and I think that's just the reality and the long and short of it. Now, that's not to say that Omega couldn't work his ass off and eventually become a Triple H guy. I think he has the capabilities of being able to do that. And I'm sure with the connections to Cody, they could at least build around that, and then he could kind of run on the coattails of that. And then if he were to come in and Cody was to somehow be champion around that time, there's a built-in feud right there that never got finished in New Japan that you could run back. Kenny Omega and Cody Rhodes. A lot
of history there. You could also run Omega versus AJ.
And you can run Omega versus AJ. You can run AJ, Omega, and Cody, which I think would be a banger triple threat match. You know, there's ways that you could absolutely go with that. I'm not against seeing Omega in the WWE, but put it this way. I think if Omega is going to stick with what All In was, and I think Cody brought this up on Ariel's show, and I thought it was so well put. What All In was before AEW was ever a thing was that wrestling doesn't just have to be the WWE.
Amen.
I think there, while WWE is really good now, absolutely 100% is fact, right? I think wrestling should be a hodgepodge, and Omega says it, a smorgasbord, right? The only way for that to be truly factual is if you can somehow convince the very company that doesn't believe in that in the WWE and reconcile with Triple H via AEW. That's really what needs to happen. I think there's more money in Omega as an AEW talent going to WWE and making a splash and causing chaos with the Bucks and other people and having a bit of a company war and a forbidden door has been completely kicked open than Omega just going to the WWE just like Cody did. I don't see that. I don't see them unless put it this way, unless Omega is AEW, and same thing with Punk. Unless Punk is AEW, what's their value really right now, especially in WWE? And I'm talking long term. That's kind of my point. I think that's the only way it would work. I think he would be better off being in AEW and showing up in WWE because everybody was able to get over their bullshit, petty garbage, and they finally worked together. Then, all right, well, I've had it here. Let me just go and try my luck in this, and then either it flops or it's a success. What would be a bigger impact? What would be bigger money? Omega as an AEW talent going to WWE. That's my thoughts on it.
That's fair. I mean, this is the only topic we have today that was actually discussed on the review. That's why I'm kind of saving Jeff for last, because I don't think he really has too much to add that he didn't already say. But they brought up a good point on the review. I think it was Aaron that made the point. You got to think about Omega's age too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's getting up there to that age where how many good years does he really have left in him? He's getting hurt
mentally.
He's getting hurt a little bit more frequently. And if he goes to WWE, he doesn't have to pull all the high spots that he's known to have to pull in AEW. He could wrestle a more laid back style. Still be Kenny by God Omega, but not have to look like he's going to get paralyzed every time he walks into a ring.
Yeah.
Noah, what are your thoughts on this? And then we'll go to Jeff to kind of briefly address what he said on the review for those that may have missed it, and if he has anything else he wants to add at that point.
The thing you gotta consider at this point, Kenny Omega is also basically micromanaged, I would say, or influenced by one Don Callis. And the way he looks at the industry is a different mental capacity that nobody can comprehend, understand, and very few can negotiate with. If it wasn't for the fact that AEW is so open, eccentric to the entire wrestling industry, it seems, I feel that Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks would be a very different question in the entire ecosystem. If it wasn't for the Black, White, and Gold existing, they very well could have been in the WWE because they were the only stop left that they really didn't mess with. To think that Kenny Omega could be in the WWE is definitely not an uncertainty. To see him actually thrive there, that's the real big question, because at the end of the day, Kenny Omega would have to be reformatted and somehow changed by WWE standards. And you know he's not easily going to do that. I look at it like this. The phenomenal AJ Styles, he was not WWE grown. He was brought in the Royal Rumble 2016, and he figured out how to adapt to the WWE ecosystem through a short-term feud with Chris Jericho. And we've seen him pretty much done everything with it ever since. Could Kenny Omega theoretically do the same thing? Or could you get AJ versus Omega, Seth Rollins versus Omega, the triple threat encounters galore? Possibly, but I figure it like this. The beauty of AEW is the fact they work with everybody. There is multiple promotional showcasing at times. And that's why one of my favorite shows last year was The Forbidden Door, bar none. It probably was my favorite pay-per-view of the year. Thank you, Will Ospreay and Orange Cassidy. That being said, yeah, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that one day Kenny Omega could show up in AEW, but as far as your time range goes, I just look at it like this. 2024 is going to be the real turning point of the entire All Elite Wrestling ecosystem when it comes to talent management, talent releases, and talent extensions. We have seen high nor tail nor nothing about that in any capacity since this company's inception. So I feel 2024 will be our first indications for any of that. But do I see Kenny Omega maybe going to WWE as soon as 2024, especially with what you just said about age and how they're trying to develop a younger roster for the longer term to come? Not this soon. Now, as far as the thing that wasn't cummed up, though, Brock Lesnar, how many times has Brock Lesnar said, okay, I'm done, bye, see you? And all they have to do is write him a big fat check and he'll do like one match. I feel Brock Lesnar right now is just a little reluctant where he is now because he's going to WrestleMania against Omos. Okay, that's a thing. I'll choose to do that. He didn't want to go in against Bray Wyatt because he felt that nobody comes out better when you're up against this guy, which not only hurts Bray Wyatt as far as we're concerned, but it also pretty much undermines the fact that Brock Lesnar still controls everything that he does. Yeah. I don't think Brock Lesnar will truly ever retire, but I can see him becoming a one-stop phenomenal showcase for maybe WrestleMania 40, if not 41, and then going into the Hall of Fame. So, Kenny Omega, uncertain about WWE by WrestleMania 40. Brock Lesnar retiring, more likely, but I don't see it necessarily happening. I see him just going off back to Canada after he gets his paycheck at WrestleMania 39, F5ing Omos, where I still think it should have been him versus Shelton Benjamin. At least that would have been an actual wrestling match, not a bathroom break. Because Kenny Omega is not going to go by himself either. He is the elite. They roll as a unit. It would have to be a joint decision. What Kenny Omega does, the Young Bucks are going to follow. They are that knit for life. And there's nothing Xavier Woods can change that about that. So, no. As far as I'm concerned, those three, they're going to continue doing what they're doing outside WWE because they have more flexibility. I don't see Kenny Omega going there at least within the next year.
Okay, fair enough. The main reason I asked the question regarding Brock is because when everything went down with Vince last year, Brock basically said, deuces, I'm out. If he's not there, I'm not going to be there anymore.
Yep.
So Brock Lesnar was always a Vince McMahon guy.
Yep.
And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it was Heyman that basically convinced him to come back, finish out the dates on your deal, and
no, it was Vince.
Do whatever
Vince
you want to do.
Up. I think it was Vince, wasn't it?
And then do whatever you're going to do once your contract is over.
Right, because we don't know how many days are left in that contract because you still have to serve your term. I mean, he could be the freaking Kevin Nash and stay at home and just get paid, but somebody clearly influenced him to at least do WrestleMania, then do that if you want. Because again, Brock Lesnar versus Omos. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's almost like they're trying to. You know what it feels like, too? Maybe he's just like trying to take an easy payday, doesn't give a damn about the match, and he really doesn't want to be there anymore.
He could show up at WrestleMania and say, "Good evening, SoFi Stadium," and somebody could just show up, jaw jack him, promote Cinnamon Toast Crunch, get F5, that's it, goodbye.
Promote Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Okay. I think we're being way too hard on Brock. Think about this for a minute. Who ended The Undertaker's streak?
Brock did.
Lesnar.
For better or worse.
What does that do for Omos if he beats Brock?
I guess it does help build his star power, and I can't argue that as far as a booking decision goes. It'd be crazy to think about, but again, in WWE, what is pretty much out of the realm of possibility at this point? So,
I mean,
do
on
understand
the one hand, Omos beats Brock Lesnar. He's a made man because he just defeated the man who ended the streak of The Undertaker.
Right. And then
on the other coin, on the other side of the coin, Brock Lesnar decimates Omos, pulls a DX, sends him back down to developmental, and he joins the Apollo Crews Dabokada thing because he would fit in perfect in that storyline right there, being the Nigerian giant.
Right.
So either way, Omos wins because he either goes to NXT and gets the serious development that he really needs ever since he lost AJ Styles.
Yep.
Or he's a made fucking man because he defeated the beast incarnate, Brock Lesnar, at WrestleMania.
As long as they don't turn him into the modern day Big Show that lost at every WrestleMania, pretty much. Yeah, you got a point.
You know, I mean, I think we're being too hard on Brock. Once he said no to Bray Wyatt, how do we know that he didn't pick Omos for reasons?
And
no, I agree.
Said no to Bray Wyatt. That's what's being reported.
Right.
Exactly. True. Quote unquote.
And I said it in ODQ. I said it every week on here, man. It's what we're reading from those in the know because they are in the know because they've been in the know because they've told us they're in the know. Okay,
or what you just hear from your friends at church because Paul Meade, God bless him, he reads into all that nonsense. And I listen to it and I humor it. But again, seeing is believing. Stop freaking clicking a damn notification, you dadgum freaking. Never mind. I'm not going there.
Yes. Yeah. Again, there's two things to consider here. Number one, JJ hit it on the head. Omos is made either way here. Right. He goes back to NXT or goes to NXT. He went from freaking Raw. Was it Raw Underground? It
was Raw Underground bodyguard.
He was Shane McMahon's doorman to being way too early.
Yeah.
So he we definitely need a little seasoning on that steak before we get to back on our plate. No doubt. But if he beats Lesnar, now granted, is he beating Brock Lesnar 2014? No, he's beating fucking Cowboy Brock. And people people will say that. Oh, I beat Cowboy Brock. He didn't beat Badass Brock. You're beating Brock fucking Lesnar. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, Cowboy Brock is Badass Brock.
Yeah, I don't care if it's 2002 Brock that defeated The Rock to become champion for the first time.
At SummerSlam.
I don't care if it's Brock Lesnar that ended The Undertaker's streak and decimated poor John Cena.
Oh, God.
I don't care if it's Cowboy Brock. Either way, I'm not trying to run into him in a dark alley.
No, exactly.
Brock Lesnar is Brock Lesnar, and he still will literally break you in half if you stare at him the wrong way.
For real, though.
Dark alley side by side? Yeah, come at me with Brock by my side, please. But the other thing to consider is the difference between Cody leaving AEW and going to WWE again and the Elite leaving AEW and going to WWE. I said this earlier, and I'll JJ, you wanted me to go last because you didn't want me to kind of
absolutely
rehash shit, but this needs to be rehashed.
Go ahead, man.
Go for it.
Seriously.
Cody being part of that founding team was about him showing the world that he could exist beyond being Dusty's son, beyond being Goldust, second-rate copycat, beyond being
Yes.
Dustin's brother, beyond being a Rhodes. And
Beyond being Stardust.
he did it. He really did. Cody has been gone 7 years, and that pop at WrestleMania, it was the worst kept secret in wrestling history. We even talked about that on Open Mic Night and at WrestleMania we were covering on the air. People still made that stadium in Dallas, which only shakes like that during regular season because Cowboys don't make the playoffs too far these days.
Accurate.
That place was rolling. It almost came out of the foundation and started rolling towards San Antonio. It was so loud in that goddamn stadium when Cody came back.
Yep. And again, he did Ring of Honor. He did Impact Wrestling. He did NJPW. He literally, again, what does he call himself, JJ? From undesirable to undeniable.
There is no denying now that Cody belongs where he main event picture, be it he wins in 28 days, be it he wins in 5 months, whatever the case may be. Now, Kenny and Matt and Nick. Not so much Kenny, but I was there when Matt and Nick were cutting their teeth as independent darlings here in Southern California. And they got that moment in the sun on, I think it was Raw, because it was DX feuding with Randy and Edge, and they had the DX impersonation thing. And then WWE didn't want to give him a second look. And then they signed with TNA and became Generation Me and wanted me to blow my goddamn brains out of 2 weeks of watching that god-awful shit.
Oh, God,
but then they, to their credit, they went, you know what? I'm good, Dixie. Don't need your damn money. Thank you. Went back to the Indies, bought into PWG when PWG was kind of up in the air as far as people running that and owning that place because people were leaving for greener pastures. And they made that place their own. Were they too long-reigning tag team champion PWG? Yes. Oh, my God. Yes, they were. But, you know, it was what it was at that point. And Kenny...
They Jeff Jarretted that shit.
Jeff
Who
Jarrett
else can they rely on?
And you know what? Exactly. Jeff Jarrett did. Oh, he's a horrible champion. You're not going to leave your own company. Might as well book the world champion yourself. That way, you know you have a guaranteed somebody on television every week. You have a guaranteed tag team championship match every month at your little freaking Legion Hall out here in bumfuck nowhere, California. You got to give people, gotta draw money. Come back next month. Bucks brought people in every time.
There you go. They're a draw.
So here's the difference is Cody helped found AEW to prove to Cody, not to Hunter, not to Vince, not to his father, not to his brother. He proved it to Cody. Matt and Nick and Kenny and the other members of the Elite are, in my viewpoint, all about, I don't need that WWE crap.
Yep.
Cody was very, very clear, not at first, but once time went on, very clear to not purposely shit on WWE. Yes, opening night, he breaks the throne. Okay, want, we get it. It was a gimmick. But he was very clear not to do it afterwards.
It was a gimmick, but it totally fed into his song. Like, I've been listening to Kingdom a lot lately.
Right. Yep.
And I won't say the last time, but the first time I listened to it recently, so a couple days ago, I actually brought up Spotify, the lyrics.
Yep.
So I could see what was being said the whole time, and it made sense why he destroyed the throne.
I am my kingdom.
Yeah. You took it all away. I gave it all away to take my freedom. Need a chance to play. I'm here to play the game and take my kingdom. It's like, fuck it if you didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Double or Nothing 2019, still one of the most standout matches in the entire industry's history between him and Dustin.
And now he's back to retake a kingdom that by all rights and privileges should be his. You hear, I'm going far than I thought. Sorry, Jay. You talk about...
Okay. You didn't go down this road on the review, so I'll allow it.
That's fair. It is official. You talk about Hunter and the love and the praise he has and has always had for the Dream. You talk about, Vince, bringing Dusty in 2005 when didn't need to. I mean, really. There's all these threads that tie back to Cody and even Dustin before him by all rights should have been the guy in WWE because of that lineage. Dustin never got there because, unfortunately, as freeing, as independent as Goldust made him from the Rhodes name, it was so controversial. And there's only so far you can go down that road before you have to pull back. And Dustin never pulled back. before he was released. And then he went to WCW, and that was what it was, and never pulled back from the darkness before it was too late. Then he went to TNA, did that thing. Dustin never really allowed him, and I love Dustin. He knows I love him. But Dustin never really allowed himself to pull back enough to be the guy anywhere, ever.
That's fair.
And Cody's still young enough. He's a couple years younger than I am, but he's still young enough to have that chance, be it Mania, be it something forever. Like I said in the chat, Kenny's 39. He's turning 40 in October. The Young Bucks ain't so young anymore either. And like I said on the review, on the microphone, untouchable. Those three guys. I will say that until I'm blue in the face. But bell to bell, if you take away that crazy spot heavy style from them, which they will do in WWE,
exactly,
what do you get from those three guys?
I know.
And honestly, as good as they are on the mic, they are very much hype fed by Don.
Yep.
And WWE does not like Don.
No.
There you go.
They are not Don Callis people anymore. They weren't in 1998. They just kind of threw Don a bone for a little bit. But you notice how the Acolytes were very quickly moved away from Don into the Undertaker stable. Just throwing that shit out there.
Oh yeah,
and he was originally supposed to be a part of the ministry too.
Yeah.
Yes,
for the longest time, I expected him to be the higher power.
No.
Because he had been the Acolytes manager. So who better to be pulling the strings all along than Don Callis,
the
the
invisible
Jackal.
hand, as he calls himself nowadays.
But Don,
So that was going to that. That's who I always expected the higher power to be.
Yeah.
And then he popped up as Cyrus the Virus, and ECW is like, well, that ain't
How's
happening.
that idea?
Yeah. So Don, unfortunately for Don, can't help being Don.
There you go.
Is what it is. So WWE, they can sign the three of them. They can sign Hangman Page. They can sign the whole goddamn Bullet Club. They ain't bringing Don Callis in WWE. That is not happening.
But it's also Triple H's WWE now, not Vince McMahon's. Who's to say?
Well,
what if we said the better part of the last year, Meacham? Never say never.
I agree with that.
While I totally co-sign to what you're saying, let me play devil's advocate here. And who's to say that under the new regime, if that is what it takes, if that is the carrot that is dangled to get them to sign, do you think Hunter won't bite?
I don't know if Hunter is big enough on Don either. Like, again.
Okay, but if you don't sign him, then you lose those three.
Yeah.
Is it worth it to Hunter at this stage of his life and his role running the company to introduce a element like Don Callis into a pretty harmonious locker room, even at the risk of losing the elite? I don't. Okay, wait. It's here. Wait. There we go. I don't think it's worth the risk. I'm trying to decide myself for the rest of the group. I don't think it's worth the risk because Don is such a magnet of more controversy than they need. And I get controversy creates cash. He's told us that for years. But Don Callis's brand of controversy and the way he generates the wrong kind of heat, right, Sean Waltman, is just, I don't think it's a good idea personally. And even from a fandom / business standpoint, yes, if you can bring in Kenny Omega, you can bring in Matt and Nick Jackson, great. If Don Callis is the reason they are able to be brought in, let them find a different way.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Hot take, I know, for people that are going to watch on demand later, or people watching.
No, it's a fair take. It's a fair take.
It is.
You may want to call it a hot take, but it's a fair take. I listen to everybody's opinion.
I know you do.
And I'm receptive to everyone's opinion because at the end of the day, I'm being educated about shit I don't know about.
Right.
And hopefully our audience is as well.
Mm-hmm.
And to make a point, you put in the chat about he's not that old, he's only going to be 40. There's a big difference between wrestling 40 and non-wrestling 40.
Exactly.
You got to think about the bump card, as the Hardys used to call it. And where is Omega's body at as 40?
But
at
that's
40, Omega's body could be at a 60-year-old standard.
And by the way, he mentioned also after his Ospreay match, he was hurting. Also, he's at a new 100%. He said.
Well, yeah, because Will Ospreay's 10 years younger than Kenny or I, and Will Ospreay's a goddamn Kryptonian. I've said that in the cruise. I say it now. The fucker's party.
You might
If he
be
can
right.
drink as much as I drank for 4 days and still do what he was doing, god damn it, he's some kind of alien species, for crying out loud. He was drinking as much as I was drinking. For the record, they had to drag him out of that goddamn casino because he just would not stop partying.
Yeah, I'm about to say, JJ, just to put this in perspective, Will Ospreay, I could see being part of WWE sooner than Kenny Omega.
Yes,
There you go.
exactly that. Yep.
You know, okay. So again, I'm gonna go a hot take here, but fuck it. I disagree. I think Kenny would be more likely in WWE than Will, because Will. Both Will and Kenny have that white hot controversy about them, and they're very opinionated and very not giving a shit about what they say or what is said about them.
Right.
But Will's also got 10 years youth on his side compared to Kenny. Will doesn't have to give a shit.
Will probably still has a good 5 before he would seriously contemplate WWE for the lighter type matches, the bigger dollars.
How often is Will Ospreay on our lips now compared to Kenny Omega? Put it that way.
Fair take. And Kenny Omega still has IWGP United States Championship gold, and I guess he is also an AEW defending trios gold. So it's not like if he's not 100%, he still is not that same Kenny. By God, Omega that we've come to know.
Yeah, I think if Will Ospreay is as successful as he is now, people, I'll get argument on that, on other channels. Oh, he's not that, but he's not successful. He's a niche performer. No. You go. Granted, you're not going to hear me mention WWE television every week like you are some of the other guys that are not in the company anymore, haven't been in the company ever. But man, Will Ospreay is here. You go. Will Ospreay's in that same discussion that MJF talks about himself. Will Ospreay's a fucking generational talent. That dude once in a lifetime. He is, and here's the great thing about Will. I had not seen a single match of his before that cruise. Not a goddamn one. And I went home from that cruise, and I binge-watched Ospreay. I was tired from watching that fucker work. Like, seriously, I was worn out just watching him do what he can do because Will Ospreay.
I co-sign with that completely with the limited viewing I've had of his matches. Ospreay and Okada both.
Yes.
Are generational talents.
Yes.
And I only know what little I've seen of them off of AEW television.
I think
that says a lot.
Yeah,
that I can make that statement.
I think it all goes back to my initial point that I made too, because when you have these guys that have made their names in New Japan, in AEW, and all these other places, right?
Yep.
Is there more of are they more of a commodity coming into WWE as an outsider? You know what I mean? I think there is. I think that's and not to mention, dude, Will Ospreay versus Ricochet on different sides of the freaking coin going at it again. That would be huge. Ospreay and Rollins and the beef that they have, that was legit. That would be a banger.
Okay.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
This was back to the discussion earlier that we had on the review, though, James.
Go for it, yeah.
Ospreay and Rollins is a great wrestling match and an unbelievably fucking good promo exchange.
Yes.
Ricochet, not so much. And I'm not saying Ricochet
right.
And do a battle on the mic, but WWE has completely yanked that out from underneath his ass at this point.
Yeah,
he hasn't had a single promo.
The audience will not buy even a short-term program with Ricochet and Ospreay. And that's not Ricochet's fault, and it's Ricochet Ospreay's fault. But yeah, I can see Ospreay Rollins. Take my goddamn money for a year program, for the love of God. Right?
I think the whole thing, though, is like, even if it's not a promo thing, even if they just do the match, that's great. And then you do a promo battle with Rollins and him. Great. The possibilities are endless more if they're an outsider coming in, is my point.
But and that is a undeniable point. But Ricochet and Ospreay does not appeal to the people that happen to be tuning in on a random Friday night.
That's fair.
Rollins and Ospreay does for my money.
There you go.
About to say, it's also that
That's
connection.
Yeah,
Because WWE is not like, just a hard, coveted, one-dimensional form. They go to casuals that might not even know what WWE stands for.
Yeah. All right, another good conversation, gentlemen.
So before we go to break, I did want to read something out because we did mention Punk through all this stuff. Big news on Punk coming back to AEW. Punk likely coming back as his Ringside Collectibles released new action figures of him, and AEW retweeted it.
They did. I did see that this weekend. That they promoted it's the him and
Big
Max.
sign. Wait, it's him and who?
Max, right? MJF or no?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the blood and guts set.
Yeah, which is fine because that was a hell of a dog collar match, and that's one that got me in the first place between those two. But is it more about promoting the world champion?
Maybe.
Just
but
saying.
We'll see. We'll see. I do find it interesting that that's being said.
I have said this. If any time is the right time to finally reach out and go, Phil, please, it's that main event match tomorrow night.
Maybe.
Get out of, how does Brian lose an Iron Man? How does Max stay champion? Random element of chaos.
All right, let Renegades scratch that off of the potential end of conversation topics.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that in there, and I didn't know another chance we would get that in there. So that's all. That's all I had to contribute.
All good. So coming up after the break, we have not one, not two, but three small, I feel, Judgment Day topics that we're going to hit. But before we get into that, James finally got me an updated promo. I know, right?
By the way,
birthday boy is giving you a standing ovation. All you're seeing is like chins and gut.
Yeah,
that is what you get, man. A standing ovation from Winnie the Pooh over here.
I'm the fucking asshole.
Wow.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul. It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. AEW Revolution Go Home Week, Dynamite and Rampage watch parties. Mistress Audio dramatic readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. Elimination Chamber retrospective. WrestleMania Retros coming to the Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated channel. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. AEW Revolution watch-along coverage featuring Noah Foster and James Hebert. Wrestle Kingdom 17 coverage in conjunction with the Jeff Meacham Network. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news, ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Royal Rumble Match Marathon with retros of events following Marathon. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Jeff! Happy 40th to you! Why? Because I told you so! Yeah! Shut up!
Damn it, Gino. Fucking hell.
I was totally caught off guard.
That's brilliant.
Anyway, I love you too, Gino. You fucker. Anyway. I'm so glad he's like I was going to Colorado or some shit, isn't he?
Yeah, I literally got that video from him like 40 minutes ago.
Oh wow!
That's what you're doing.
Nice.
On your phone. Hey,
Yeah.
you know what?
Like he finally got it to me at the 0 hour. So when you saw me like on my phone, I was literally editing that together.
Nice.
And you know what?
Just got
you
that to me.
You got to admire their commitment to the bit and to the love and the friendship. So thank you, Gino. I hope you don't get your ass whooped too bad where you're going to wrestle tonight.
Well, that's coming back from because you got to figure, it's probably post show.
Well,
heading to the club at this point,
unless he's working tomorrow.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, if you're in the area that Gino Rivera's going in to wrestle, go watch that dude wrestle. The guy's a fucking stud.
Legit, dude's a beast. When we first met him, he looked like some wannabe, like half Michael Jackson, half Flava Flav motherfucker.
Real.
Like he had the glitter one glove, but the clock around his waist and his neck and the sunglasses and everything. Like I'm like, dude, what the hell are you trying to be?
Right.
But much like Sam earlier,
yes,
dude became like a complete brother to us. So
it's
again, last time we saw a video from him was the 1 year anniversary of the network. Jeff also did go one-on-one with Gino Rivera and Sam Knight.
Yes.
What was it, about a year, maybe a year and a half ago now?
It wasn't too long after their respective appearances on the anniversary show, but we did get our shit in with both of them, and I was ever appreciative of both those gentlemen in my life, wrestling or otherwise. So again, thank you, Gino. Thank you, Sam.
Gino was the second person I messaged.
Well, there you go.
So it went 2 for 2 there.
Oh boy.
Will there be any more?
God,
stay tuned.
If you, go ahead and run the next topic and go to me since I'm second in line for comments now. Go ahead and do that. I heated up some food to get some protein to go with the alcohol, and it's too goddamn cold. So,
all right, that gum.
Before we go into the next topic, by the way, the ATW View impromptu bit, it's already outdated because I changed the thumbnail literally last night. So
of course, James, you just can't let shit be.
I can't. I'm too much of a perfectionist. I'm like, God damn it.
You need to take a page from Aubrey Edwards, what she said on the session with Renee Paquette, and realize that being a perfectionist, you can't achieve perfection, but you can always perceive a progression. Seriously.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
Perfection from Aubrey, but she can referee and board shorts like nobody else. Goddamn her. So God bless.
There you go.
Always a go-getter. God bless her.
Yeah. So the first of 3 Judgment Day topics actually comes from a comment from Medusa.
Ooh.
who said on PW Mania, me versus Rhea Ripley would be my retirement match. I already called her out. I was walking past the makeup room for Raw 30, and I walked by and said, "Hey girl, looking good." Then I came back, stuck my head in, and said, "You'd probably be a good retirement match." She's like, "Oh my God, that's such an honor." All I know is sign me up like Fry from Futurama. Take my fucking money.
Yeah, I'm for it.
I'm game for that. I mean, definitely two different generational trailblazers in their own right that did what they had to do to make a name for themselves in the industry. One just did it strictly through WWE for two brands, NXT, NXT UK, and now does it on the mainstream two shows. I'm definitely for this. Passing the torch. Beth Phoenix talked about she's the real deal. Now being endorsed by Medusa for a possible retirement match. Rhea Ripley is going to be around for generations to come.
Like, can we make that a triple threat, please? Like, for real? Rhea Ripley versus Beth Phoenix versus Medusa?
I'm here for that shit.
Yeah, right. Let's
like,
go.
I'm here for the one-on-one.
Well, yeah.
You know, Medusa versus Rhea. You know, like she said, that would be an amazing match. I don't want to shortchange Medusa. I don't know how long it's been since she's had a match. I don't know if she still like has it in her the way that she used to.
I have no idea.
But I would love to see it happen.
I agree. Do it the next Raw Legends night, or like next Raw milestone episode.
But
hot.
I mean, it could even be a backlash match.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, if she gets the strap, or save it for SummerSlam.
About to say, save that like for the big four because there's no like bad blood between her, but her challenging maybe on Beth Phoenix's behalf, you break that into a storyline, or you see if somebody, they kayfabe, call this a workout shoot. She calls me out. Okay, let's do it. Big fight pay-per-view, SummerSlam in front of 80,000 people. I wouldn't mind seeing that live. Go ahead, do it.
If they're going to go with a big match with even a remotely nostalgia act for Rhea, though, it's got to be against Beth because they haven't done that one-on-one yet. That's got to be a marquee thing for them.
Yeah, I feel like that has to be first. But Medusa, I mean, have her come out in Beth's corner, have her be the referee. Medusa should be in some capacity along the way.
Yeah, I actually
or after, do Beth at SummerSlam, do Medusa at Survivor Series.
Yeah, I bought Deuce's book. It'll be here Monday, hopefully, if the mail cooperates. Because it was pre-ordered, but it says it's gonna be delivered Monday, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway. I've loved Deuce from the beginning. I got to meet her on the cruise. She was an absolute awesome personality. Got her hubby to come watch the kiddies when her hubby was very much more of a Metallica person, so that was kind of fucking cool. Thank you, that Deuce, by the way.
Nice.
But there's definitely something there for her left. I don't know if it's definitely not a long freaking Bailey versus Sasha 30-minute match or whatever, but just something to give her a proper WWE send-off besides Henry being the Hall of Fame and the trash can. Like, I mean, it is what it is there. Now, granted, and this is with all respect to Deuce, because like I said, I've loved her for years. Is her legacy really set in stone if she doesn't do what she did on Nitro back in 1995? Because granted, an amazing AWA wrestling talent, an extraordinary member of the Dangerous Alliance in WCW before WCW really started cooking with gas. Mm-hmm. Then she WWF championship. She's kind of there on a program that doesn't really have an identity at that point. Then she does what she does, leaves the company, goes to WCW, and they do absolute nothing with her. Like, she does the trash can thing. She does the bit. I distinctly remember her being on a Clash when Parker and Sherry were going to get married, and she was revealed as Parker's mistress or wife or some stupid, like, why shit. And then she's gone again. And then she has a match with Akira Hokuto at Road Wilds or Great American Bash, whatever it was, in 97, and loses because it was Akira's title versus Medusa's career, and she lost. And then she's off TV until Team Savage in 1999. So her legacy was so all over the place.
Former cruiserweight champion,
which she lost it to an Ferrara version of Jim Ross with barbecue sauce all over her titties. Okay, I'm just saying. I love Deuce. She was god awful booked from the moment she left WCW the first time in 1992 or whatever that was.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Think about it. She's part of the DA. She's got, and her and Heyman get into a beef because, you know, Deuce and Heyman are great natural antagonists with one another. But she's managing Rick Rude. She's accompanying people like Arn and Austin and Zabisco and Paul and Rude. It's there's so much good there that, you know, it's almost like somebody and Bob Eaton was there too. There's so much good in that group. Somebody has to, what?
Nothing. Continue.
Arn and Rude and Austin and Bobby Eaton was there too.
I forgot that Bobby was there because they really didn't do anything with him in the group either, which is such a shame because Bobby.
It's just the way you said it. You
just there
all
taking
these
up camera
people.
space.
Oh, Bobby Eaton was there too.
He's a body. He's fine.
Yeah,
he's
it's like
there.
you're talking about
Lee
legacy
came
and
off,
it's Orton and it's Cody and it's DiBiase. Yeah, Manu was there too.
Yeah, man.
That was
Sim Snooker was there for a minute.
It was an unintentional slide on Bobby Eaton, which was not meant at all. So I apologize to Bobby Eaton and his family. May Bobby rest in peace, golly. But there was so much good in Dangerous Alliance that, you know, there's been people fall through the cracks. Obviously, Bobby Eaton, because I forgot he was fucking there.
You turned Bobby Eaton into Paul Roma, dude.
Oh man, let's not be mean. Bobby, damn! I wasn't trying to be. At least I wasn't trying to be. You did that with purpose and intent. What you just said.
That should be Ron Simmons. That should be Ron Simmons approved.
No.
Ding.
There's no way Steph would be that approving of me being that mean to beautiful Bobby. There's no way that would be.
Oh God.
Anyway,
all right.
I think that Deuce coming back and having at least a competitive thing with Rhea would be so lasting on her ultimate legacy as a wrestler. I totally co-sign on it. Now that I've completely botched up Bobby Eaton's career in my view of it. So.
Oh God.
Keep it face moving forward, JJ. Good stuff.
Anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
While
cool Jeff tries to dig himself out of the shit pile.
I'm actually cool with doing this matchup, man. I think it definitely should happen, and it would be a really good matchup.
Just have Medusa come in a monster truck.
Yeah,
go extreme and rocking like Rhea Ripley's rocking Identity.
Oh yeah, true.
All right, so that was the first Judgment Day topic, which is why for these I just chose the little brief intermission bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
Before we switch to the next Judgment Day-esque topic, here is what is coming up for the watch-alongs across the multiverse of media.
Lord, help my voice.
So there you have it. It's everything you see there and everything you don't. That is a hell of a lot of stuff that is coming up on deck for us across the multiverse of media.
And none of those are in the span of literally less than a week.
Yeah. Noah tried to say it before the video kicked in. God help his voice.
He did. It got through all my end. I heard that.
Yeah, let me see if I can, because I meant to send this to you. JJ, I got lost in the shuffle of me trying to come up with ways to insult Bob Eaton, so forgive me. Where's that part to go? Go ahead and go to the next thing. I'm trying. Oh, here we go. Here it is. So there is so much stuff coming up here in the next little short, and I can't. like you said, we're in to get Noah oxygen come April 6th or April 5th. Actually, April 8th because we got the AEW watch along on the 7th. Goddamn.
Get him on a breathing machine as he's commentating like Bane from Batman to Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, can you survive this? Swear to God, swear to me. I was like, breathe, brother. It's okay. You'll be all right.
Are we fine?
So much unbelievably good things coming up on this channel, on the multiverse that are all. I'm looking forward to every bit of it, and like I said, we'll talk more about what's coming up later. I just want to make sure I got the graphic out before I forgot, Jay. So if you want to put it up now, there you go. All of this shit is between tomorrow and the end of the month.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
let's freaking go!
Now, granted, Paradise Kitty will be me being there, being a complete Jenna and my friend's Mark, but whatever. At Disneyland, it's gonna be me.
Jenna and my friend's Mark.
Hey, I mean that's really what it comes down to. But I can't emphasize how awesome the kitties are. So please go check them out if you haven't seen them live.
It's back.
Yeah.
They're in Australia after this week, so they're going on a big week-long tour down there. They're going to be there into WrestleMania time, so looking forward to seeing them off properly on Friday. And then Disneyland making money is never bad, but everything else on that graphic was going to be on this network in some the multiverse in some capacity. And man, I am just all about it. I am so looking forward to it. The watch-alongs are always fun because I'm either on them or I'm producing them or directing them or just being an idiot fanboy watching you guys do your thing, and it's fucking fun as hell.
I just lose myself in the action.
And I get to it tomorrow, which is great because I get to watch AEW, which is, I said this on Talk Wrestling. AEW Revolution's really going to be one of those. Okay, we've got a card set. Where do we go from here, good, bad, or indifferent after Sunday?
Exactly.
So you to watch what Tony gives us, how you guys react to it live, and I'm looking forward to what's beyond Sunday.
60-minute Iron Man match. That's a first for me, definitely.
Yeah, that's true. You haven't called Iron Man match. I forgot about that.
I have not.
This is not. I think this would be, other than the WYW one back at Immortal, the 30-minute one between Shawn Maverick and Asm. I think this would be my second one. So I haven't called many Iron Man matches.
And when you figure that you and JJ I talked about going into WrestleMania next year by calling them all,
right.
throughout the course of the previous however many days leading up to it, you got a Michaels Brett Iron Man match to call, which was the standard setter. I'm not saying the standard bearer because there have been great Iron Man matches. But
About to say, there's people still, Jeff, that talk about Rock and Triple H with Shawn Michaels, the referee, that may have surpassed that one. And that wasn't really much outside the window of that one as well. And then as I look at All Things Wrestling, because I am ATW, we are ATW, I've seen 60-minute classics out of New Japan Pro Wrestling and Kazuchika Okada and Kenny Omega that weren't necessarily Iron Man, but still, you felt it was that. I've seen women go 60 minutes in Japanese promotions in the likes of Suzu Suzuki and Risa Sera. I've seen plethora of 30-minute Iron Man matches, and now I'm seeing the American Dragon and the Generational Talent MJF in a 60-minute Iron Man match.
I'm not going to lie. I wish I could call that with you guys.
I
wish I could call Bryan Danielson.
There are two Iron Man matches that weren't really booked as Iron Man matches. One may have been that I can't recommend enough that don't get enough love because one of them was on pre-Hogan WCW and one of them was an independent show that outside DVD releases you don't get to see.
Yeah.
One of W was Rude and Steamboat. God, just seriously, go out of your way to watch that match because it's on the network. It's at Beach Blast 92, I believe. The other one, he and I were at. Jason Takes PWG. We talk about it all the time. Friday, May 13th, 2005. PWG champion AJ Styles, TNA X Division champion Christopher Daniels. Was not booked as a 16-minute match. It was just one fall, whoever won. But they went to a draw. And if there wasn't a person standing in the room, it's because it was Jade and she was in a wheelchair.
Yeah, it was given a 60-minute time limit, and they went to a time limit draw because it was title for title.
Yep.
And they weren't going to do an X Division title change at a freaking Jewish community center in freaking California.
Right.
And AJ wasn't going to lose the belt to Daniels, as deserving as Daniels would have been. It was literally his first title defense.
That makes sense.
And
so that neither one was going to give it up, so it had to go to the draw.
Right.
And it just so helped that they were getting ready for their TNA Iron Man match.
It's funny though. You talk about these matches, independent promotions, and all the partnerships that Impact Wrestling has developed over the years. They have like their digital media exclusives. I don't think of it as a digital media exclusive. I can see the title changing hands.
No. So, just for perspective, on AJ Daniels on May 13th, okay, 2 days later, they're in the Impact Zone for Hard Justice 2005. Daniels has a match with, I don't know who this is, Shocker from CMLL and AAA. 12 minutes for the X Division Championship. And AJ defeats Jeff Jarrett for the NWA Championship in that unbelievable rematch they had on pay-per-view with, I think, Tito as referee, Tito Ortiz. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, these guys are going into a major pay-per-view for TNA's history. Let's go ahead and have an hour match in the middle of freaking hot-ass California in May. And
I mean, hey, why not? Speedball Mike Billy. Hey, Josh, you're having an open challenge for the World Championship. I'll challenge you. 59 minutes and 48 seconds.
I talked about it in the review, and I probably will get some interesting tweets about AJ in his prime being better than Kenny Omega in his prime. But matches like that, weekends like that, I fucking stand by everything I said earlier.
I co-sign with you on that.
Yeah. I love Kenny. I do. But AJ was on another goddamn level when he was in TNA.
And just to put a bow on this, if it wasn't for AJ Styles, you very would not have Kenny Omega.
Thank you, Noah. So, okay, the Simple Man's Jagged voice is saying it. I am going to tattoo that on my freaking hat for next week. Like, AJ greater than Kenny in prime. Dude, okay, there we go.
All right, so moving on to our second Judgment Day topic. Finn Balor on the bump. I'm always texting with Damien. We have a group chat with me, Priest, Rhea, and Dom. We're plotting. We're figuring things out. And trust me, once we get Mania behind us, the Judgment Day will be expanding.
Ooh, could it be? Could my prediction come to fruition and Karrion Kross gets into the Judgment Day?
Think about this. Think about this for a second.
Go ahead.
And then I will totally throw it to you so you can go on that tangent, James.
Yeah, go for it.
Think about this for a second. Rhea beats Charlotte at WrestleMania. She will become the SmackDown Women's Champion.
Yeah.
Correct.
The Judgment Day is a Raw group.
Yep.
So now you've got Rhea Ripley, the Eradicator, on SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic versus Ray happens. Dominic defeats Ray as everyone expects him to.
Right.
Ray's probably going to be sent packing. You know, Dominic's going to be there with his mommy on SmackDown.
Yes.
Yep.
That leaves Priest and Balor over on Raw. Regardless what happens with Balor and Edge with the challenge that was thrown out this week on Raw.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got the Raw Judgment Day contingent and you've got the SmackDown Judgment Day contingent. And since the brands basically don't exist anymore, just imagine them all coming together at a pay-per-view.
Yep.
James.
Super faction.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, if they are expanding and they get guys like Cross and people like that, that's gonna be big.
Here's the only problem I foresee with that.
Go ahead.
Rhea is an alpha female.
She is.
She's not going to want Scarlett around.
She won't
as
want
sexy
Scarlett
as
around.
Scarlett is, as much as I will like looking at Scarlett, whatever she isn't wearing.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's be real, Noah.
Yes.
How little of outfits does she wear?
You're not wrong.
You don't got to be Stevie Wonder blindfolded asleep to see that.
I think Maria Kanellis and Scarlett Bordeaux is just a match you're waiting to see happen on a different level.
But I mean, hey, you know what? Like I said last night when y'all two were doing the thing, I simp for Jade the way you go off for the bunny. Okay, so don't act like you don't have people that you
seriously came up
for.
with simp. Is that an Urban Dictionary thing? Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with freaking American
You know
language?
what? The first time
why people's not grammatically correct and can't speak for their lives a constructive sentence.
James, clip that random Noah on Simpy and put
Bro,
it together with what he
bro.
did last night.
Yo,
The
okay,
first
Jeff,
time I
you had to
ever
have
even
been
heard
there,
that
bro.
word, the first time I even heard that word, my daughter used it. And I was like, the hell are you talking about, girl?
Bro.
But I digress. Buy the shirt. Stop with the bros. You're starting to sound like Vince Russo.
Real quick too, like Jeff, you had to be there last night on ATW View. We me, Eric, and King are giving him shit for sipping for the money. He's like, "What the hell is sipping?" Goes on this absolute diatribe. It was one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. No one do.
But anyways,
I was legit in my diatribe. I will send this thing off into the rails in the dark forest if you're not careful, James. You better shut up because I still don't fucking understand what that word means and what jackass came up with that bullshit.
Okay. So first of all, I co-signed with Noah because the first time I heard it was out of your daughter's mouth too, and I still don't understand what the fuck. Like, just say what you mean. This damn teenager thing drives me ape shit. It does.
Christian Cage was right about one thing, but he talked about this generation on AEW.
Yeah.
Hey, I take offense.
Again, it is totally okay to have this long distance crushing on somebody you watch on TV or movie or whatever. But anybody in the club, the age club that we be in, the four of us, no, like I said, I only understand the lingo because I live with one half the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
See, the only reason I like using some of these words is so that the kids turn around, look at me, and say no, and I'll be like, "Now you see how stupid you sound."
That's fair. That is
fair. Yeah, really.
I did that more than once with Dylan, and Dylan actually talks.
But
so
let's reel it back in.
Yeah. Back away from
But
freaking work.
Rhea, I don't think would allow Scarlett
no.
to be part of the group. There would be more tension there than Fallon and Kiana over in not Noah's NXT.
Damn it!
But she would allow Scarlett if Scarlett and Liv were to join up with the Judgment Day and Scarlett and Liv are the tag team. Then she's still the alpha female.
Yeah,
So
the only way it works
you're
is
saying to basically have a female group with Dom being the Rhea.
Yeah.
Because Dom's a clear bitch in that category.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. But
Well, I mean,
the way the Judgment Day has been male heavy with one female the entire time.
Yeah.
Have Rhea lead a contingent on SmackDown that's all females with Dom as the only male.
Right.
Well,
one of these things just doesn't belong here.
But then what do you do on the Raw side?
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have anything for Alexa Bliss.
Is she taking like a mental break, I thought, or some nonsense like that?
And I've also heard that there's nothing right now for Cameron Grimes.
Grimes!
Like, I wouldn't mind seeing a darker side of Cameron.
That's fair, yeah.
Just
really help take him to the moon.
Well, maybe on the dark side of the moon?
Something dark side.
Something power unlimited and there's the plot. Sorry. Continue.
So that's the thing though, is like if you get the Judgment Day to expand, if you do these separate contingents, who do you book?
And can
who
you book
really fits the darkness of the Judgment Day?
Is it darkness or is it just a golf group that's just going emo?
Depends on how you look at it.
Right.
That's fair. It's a good question. And with Judgment Day being the predominant faction of Monday Night Raw, and you're trying to give something more creative to certain individuals that might literally have been lost in the shuffle, it's one of those things where how you bring them in. Yes, I understand where James is coming from. You got Walking Armageddon and the, Angel Destruction with the Eradicator, and then you have Dominic. So, I mean, it's one of those, he's just there gathering up camera space for whatever reason.
Well, we'll get deep into Dominic for the next segment, but
right. It's a weird thought to think about, JJ. Even looking at your NXT, damn it! I look at that NXT landscape and I'm like, is there anybody that they could push up after WrestleMania that would work within this ecosystem that makes sense. The only one that could, because they had a backstage interaction, is Cora Jade. But I still feel like they have to finally finish out Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez as a definitive story in your NXT. Damn it. As
You
far
know
as
who I would bring up?
Go ahead.
The man you know as Jordan Devlin.
JD McDonough.
Yeah, student of Finn Balor.
True that.
JDM.
Like, it could be a bit of a civil war, though, considering, again, I don't know those two are ever going to be on the same page, but I do like that idea, considering they did go one-on-one at NXT UK TakeOver Blackpool 1. God, I missed that brand.
And as far as the women, I'm not saying they're ready,
right?
But the team of Alba Fire and Isla Dawn.
Yes, that's great shouts, actually. Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
True.
That's a fair shout. And Kaylee Ray, Alba Fire, fuck W name conventions.
I gotta call them what I know them as, Noah.
I know,
Sorry.
I know. You're dealing with a guy that grew up on the black and red and the black and gold side of things, JJ.
At least I used Jordan Devlin.
I respect that.
Well, Jordan Devlin just had a name added. He didn't have a name taken away.
He had his name shortened and then added.
Yeah, McDonough.
Yeah,
I'm going to be what I'm going to be, folks. It's as simple as that. But, yeah, Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. That's a fair shout because she has been there for a while. And Isla Dawn bringing her now to the dark side, extinguishing her flame or turning it purple. Yeah, I can see that. And as far as the current roster, though, that's the thing. I'm not sure outside Karrion Kross who could probably fit into the mold or make sense to be a part of the Judgment Day based on their overall presentation. I'm just trying to look at the entire landscape, and I'm like, okay, who's, one of those that wants to pass their own sort of decision-making in the form of destructive dark dominance that makes sense among the current Judgment Day ecosystem.
I don't know about darkness, but I know somebody who's got a serious chip on his shoulder. Mustafa Ali.
Yes.
I completely forgot about him. So, yeah, there you go. I completely forgot about him.
Yeah, yep. Mustafa is a very good shout. And I feel like
how bad his lead faction just bombed worse than the goddamn Hindenburg. I'm here for that.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
And I mean, shit, you're not doing anything with Mia Yim.
Yeah, Mia Yim.
Wait, what happened to the Good Brothers anyway?
AJ got injured. They haven't been on TV since.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was honestly wondering that myself the other day. It's like
that might change with the Good Brothers.
It's been a minute since I've seen them. Honestly, it's been ever since Anderson's defense in Japan.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say they made such a big deal about Carl having to defend that title in Japan, and then they ain't done shit with him since.
Exactly.
So it's like they're not doing anything with Mia Yim, so bring Mustafa and Mia Yim, former members of his failed faction,
right,
into the Raw Judgment Day. You've replaced Rhea. You've replaced Dominic with a much better person, if we're being real.
Agree.
Someone who's got a chip on his shoulder, something that he needs to prove to the universe.
Right.
And then you let Rhea and Dom figure out what they're going to do on the SmackDown side of things, whether it's Killer Cross, Scarlett, whatever. They add somebody.
Take over the WWE in their own way, which would definitely, if Cody wins the championship, there's your next premier faction. And then what do? You may have to call Roman. You might have to fight fire with fire. That would be a really interesting angle.
Yeah, it's one of those, you guys mentioned Mustafa. Jenna, who, admittedly is not a WWE or a wrestling fan, but is friends with Dolph Ziggler, asked, what they're doing with all these days because he may or may not be there on Friday. And I'm like, I had to think. I'm like, oh, that's right. He's doing that with Mustafa. That only exists on the digital thing, and then they had that match on Raw. I'm like, that's it. Mustafa is living on WWE Digital Exclusive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. On Main Event. Only reason I know that is because they.
I don't mean Main Event. I mean they're literally the little things they put up on the bumpers that say digital exclusive, like where they're like had people backstage or whatever. That's what the fuck Mustafa's doing right now with Ziggler.
They're not on main event or
no?
What the fuck?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
I had to rack my brain to tell Jenna what Dolph's doing right now because I was like, oh yeah. Of course, this is at least 4 drinks deep at this point, but I digress on that front because the fact I had to rack my brain about anything wrestling, who's also a buddy of mine, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, Mustafa's a great take for that. I agree with Mia as well. And the problem I have with either of them is how many times do you repackage a piece of meat before it just becomes spoiled?
Yep.
That's the only problem with those two anyway.
What about looking at the SmackDown side of things? Maybe talk about women. Maybe Rhea does one of her own all-women things, and finally, see if her son can actually stand on his own. And maybe Rhea Ripley forms her own all-female faction with the likes of I'm just trying to figure the SmackDown women's roster at this point. The ones that haven't been injured by Ronda Rousey at this point. Liv Morgan and Sonya Deville.
Maybe.
Sonya may or may not be having a timeout because, granted,
right,
that's what happened to her. But
yeah,
the fact was she was carrying with a license that didn't exist in the state she was in. So we'll see how that goes. There's a great comment, Jay. I'm going to go ahead and throw it up. Jay White is likely to sign somewhere. Styles is still hurt for a while. Fuck me, dude. Put Jay with the Good Brothers.
Yep, Bullet Club for life, and they cover the entire industry.
Put Jay with Carl and Luke and let the damn leash off of Carl and Luke while you're at it. Instead of being these freaking muzzled, watered down version of the club, just turn these poor big bastards loose already.
And then that's a ready-made feud once AJ comes back because Jay's come and taken over.
Because
generational Bullet Club leaders feuding.
They did the same basic shit, kind of. They tried to with Finn and AJ, and it was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
I badly have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
No worries.
There you go. You're good, dude.
Yeah, could have just private chat that, but anyway. But anyway, what you do with nature is another thing. The nature of the WWE, though, again, is still very fickle to me. But as far as this group expansion, the idea in general, I don't think it's a bad thing as long as they don't try to be as deep as the Nexus or the Jericho Priestess Society.
All they have to do to make a better Nexus is have it last longer than a year and actually have them win a feud.
And don't get beat by John Cena.
Yes, don't give that. That's the key to a great faction WWE. Do not lose to John Cena.
Pretty much. I mean, when you've got a 2-1 advantage and you get both your guys pinned in under 30 seconds at a Big 4 pay-per-view,
oh wow,
you're dead.
And honestly, that was before I became friends with John. I completely blame my drunkenness on John winning that match. Like 100% blame it on that. Nothing. It was because John jumped out the Nexus. It's all his fault. I was in a drunken mess on that Talk Wrestling. It's all his fault.
Outside the influence. Oh gosh.
All right.
On my existence.
So we're going to take another mini break, if you will, before we get to our final Judgment Day topic. You saw the watch-along trailer last time. This is WrestleMania week.
All right. First of all, remind me to send you the proper WrestleMania week because I botched the dates on the Talk Wrestling thing. It's updated on the March watch along for me, but I forgot to do it on to send you the updated one, so my bad. 100% my fault. Now, as far as the question, I do want to bring this up because I did bring it up in discussion. I know it's not a super chat thing, but I did want to make sure I bring it up. Mikey, she got in trouble, wink, wink, because her license to carry was in a different state than she was busted for it. Doesn't matter if it's concealed in the glove compartment, whatever. You have to have a license in the area you're in. And there is no, to my knowledge, I'm not a gun person, but there's no federal across the board gun license. It's state by state because some states let you carry open, Texas, some don't. So I believe her license is good. It's one of the, it's either good in Jersey and she was in Florida, or it's good in Florida, she was in Jersey. I forget which one it was, but she was not in the area she's licensed to carry in. That's why she was, shame on you type thing. That's what happened. I know.
Well, it is
And at
what
the
it
end of the
is.
day, who can blame her with all the issues she's had? So it's like,
she won't get any real trouble for it. But
no. It wasn't RVD and Sabu, rolling around with all kinds of drug paraphernalia as the ECW world champion.
No.
But it's like it's understandable. If she hadn't had these issues, she wouldn't feel the need to have to pack a gun to protect herself.
No.
And that's the bottom line because the Renegade said so.
And he's not wrong.
And even with Rob, Sabu was carrying much more than the weed. Damn it, Sabu. But, it also was in 2006, and Rob's the world champion. Happens now, it's like, get the hell out of here with that shit. And off they go.
Yeah.
Different times.
The times that we live in, if I say. And the one thing I also want to mention, JJ, don't forget, after we get through and we even have a voice after the Raw after Mania, we got our WrestleMania simple take.
Yes, I know. I'm still trying to figure out if we're going to do that as 3 episodes, one for Stand and Deliver, one for night 1, one for night 2, or if we're just going to go balls to the wall like a teenager, with his first boner and just knock them all out at once.
Either way, do you. No sleep till
right.
First.
Yeah, blank.
At least.
Yeah. Give or take.
So the final Judgment Day topic is actually something that was suggested by our good buddy Mikey T, the movie star, in our group chat. And he did get reprimanded for it because he didn't completely read the post that was above it. But it was a damn good suggestion of a topic, so I did my digging. He asked, did we ever discuss Vicky having an issue with Dom being compared to Eddie?
Yeah.
And then he also pointed out that once her contract is over with AEW, which is supposed to be soon, she's leaving.
Yeah. Yep.
That's fair.
So this piggybacks back to the Judgment Day expansion.
Right.
Could she potentially come back to the E for a final run alongside Rhea and Dom before getting her own Hall of Fame induction? The original mommy. I know it's a head scratch because Vicky is one of those individuals people either love her or they hate her.
Right.
I adore Vicky.
I do.
There was a period of time where I was anti Vicky Guerrero, making a name off of her husband's legacy after he passed.
Right.
Doing the thing with Edge, but then I met the woman.
Yes.
Right.
And my heart melted for her. And I've been a fan of hers ever since.
All I know about Vicky is if you go to a AEW show and you hear "excuse me," you never forget how that sounds.
Try having her do it this close to your face.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Twice. Once because we're outside Las Vegas as she's signing autographs, and we get to get her to do it for the video that we're shooting as she's signing autographs.
Yes.
The second time she does it for your toddler daughter who cracks up every time she hears it. So she does it to her just to get the response.
Children laugh and dogs howl. Well,
Because that's the mama in her, man. She sees the reactions like, aha, I know what to do to make this little one calm down. Excuse me. And just, oh my God, I'm going to cry thinking about it now. Jesus.
God bless. Well, like God bless. The only way I could see Vicky working with this whole Dominic thing is as a rival. Again, she said it herself based on what she said. You are disrespecting the legacy of Eddie Guerrero, and I will not stand by that. Now she's underneath the same company dealing with his mommy. Who's to say that Eddie Guerrero doesn't have Santos Escobar or Rey Mysterio in her corner, and that's how you maybe finally build the feud, if we don't get it at WrestleMania, which sounds like we are going to, between Dominic and Rey Mysterio.
But there's one thing to remember in all this, Noah.
What?
At the end of the day, she was a Guerrero. They lie, they cheat, they steal. She may come in alongside Rey, alongside Santos in the Legado del Fantasma. Doesn't mean that she won't turn on them to align herself with Eddie's bastard son, Dominic Guerrero.
Well, I
think... and really quickly before you go, Jeff, let me address, because that was the first thing, going back to what Noah just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of hearing Dominic compared to Eddie. He will never be Eddie in any way, shape, or form. It's plain disrespectful.
Yeah.
But that was not the case. She actually was taken out of context and had to go back on social media saying that she supports Dominic and Rhea as well as their work in WWE.
Right, because she's not... They've never actually compared the two. It's never been addressed like that on television.
No,
but in the media, in the dirt sheets,
right.
Which let's go through the rest of these comments here to fully flesh out the topic, and then we'll go back into the discussion.
Right.
Dominic then said on the Cheap Heat podcast, "I get goosebumps every time I talk about Eddie. I understand that in no way, shape, or form do I hold a candle to this man, be it in ring or anything he's ever done. I understand that. That said, I use everything to my advantage. Obviously, the people hate it, and they hate me for doing it." He then went on further to say that he got permission from Vicky Guerrero to emulate Eddie in the storyline.
Wow.
Including Eddie's taunts and calling Rhea mommy. Being able to talk to Vicky, it's been little things here and there. She'll reach out and be like, "I love what you're doing." I'll reach out to her and go, "Hey, hopefully this is okay." Little things like that. I just never want any problems with the Guerrero family. It's all love and respect at the end of the day. Even before the Judgment Day storyline started, I asked someone in WWE if I could reach out to Vicky and ask her if this is okay.
Okay.
Take it away. I retract part of my statement.
There's a lot to unpack here with these 4 images in this conversation.
But no, because I had what I was going to say. It's pretty much staying intact. When we first saw Vicky Guerrero on television, she was not the screaming, banshee, Copeland screwing heel she became.
Correct.
Right? She was the demure housewife who was in the ass end of a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Eddie was reached out to in storyline by Rey and Angie Mysterio because they couldn't make the kid thing happen. And out of that arrangement, we'll call it love, for Dominic. Again, all storyline, it's bullshit. If Dominic's not Rey Mysterio's son, they must have done some genetic cloning to make that kid happen because fucker looks like his old man. Jesus Christ.
But he does bear some resemblances to Eddie also.
He does, but if you take... This is going to sound like I'm insulting Rey. Please don't take that as such, y'all. You compare toddler Dominic at ringside for SummerSlam 05 or 05. God damn, 05, almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Think about that for a minute, Jeff.
Hurt even more than I already did on Wednesday. Holy balls. Anyway, you take toddler Dominic's face, and again, I'm sorry, Ray, when he first unmasked in 99, they're fucking father and son. Jiminy crickets. Anyway, Eddie's pulled into this situation by arrangement with friends. Vicky, who is kind of like on the outs with Eddie in storyline, because yes, Dominic's birth didn't happen at the time that Eddie and Vicky were separated, but they wove all that into the story for purposes of the storyline. Because Eddie and Vicky did separate for a while when Eddie was going through his really bad battles with the drugs and the alcohol and everything after he the car accident, and then WWE released him a couple years later for not being able to get under control. So Dominic wasn't quite the right age for that to work, but they made it work.
And if I remember correctly from the Cheating, Death, Stealing Life documentary, Eddie did conceive a child during that period of time with another woman.
She was the daughter. I believe she was in the crowd for the induction, but wasn't on stage with Vicky and Shaw. And forgive me for forgetting the other daughter's name. I'm sorry, Shaw's sister and Vicky's daughter, but she was on stage with them. But she was there.
Sherry, I think.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So there is a again, horrible way of putting it, but there is a bastard child because of an outside relationship with Eddie and somebody else. So it all just makes perfect sense for Vicky to come back and go, you're the reason we had trouble. You're the reason Eddie went so dark in 2005. First of all, you couldn't stand the fact you just had to keep beating him. You couldn't let him have one in 2005. You drove him to this, and then you drove him so dark and so mad that he revealed the secret that we'd all kept all these years. It writes itself better if Vicky comes back as the redeeming. I know Vicky Guerrero now, it's hard to think about it as a babyface going, no, you ruined our family. It's your fault we ended up the way we did. So I hope that, Ray and whoever beats your ass. That's how I would write it. Again, JJ, your biggest problem with WWE and your biggest thing to champion for, long-term storytelling. I have it right now, almost 20 years.
There you go. And I'm not saying that she can't do that, but I'm just saying, in the words of the Texas Rattlesnake himself, don't trust anybody, and she is a Guerrero.
Trusting Guerrero in the same sentence.
So look for Vicky to lie, cheat, and steal, and maybe she would rather align with the long lost child in the end than be driven away from it.
Maybe.
And if that means turning on Ray, which it wouldn't be the first time that she did.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I think the only thing more stronger in Vicky Guerrero than the Galero, the Light Cheat and Steel, is the mama bear. Being like, nah. You're not mine. You are the reason we had strife. I'm going to help make sure you go down. That's how I look at it.
It's a fair take.
Either way, though, it would work. So as far as Vicky Guerrero being involved in Judgment Day storylines is a definite, I approve.
James, you've been awful quiet.
Botch! Mic problem.
Can't hear you, James.
Can't hear you.
I had it on mute the whole time. Oh,
there we go.
Well, that's why, apparently. I don't know, man. Like I look at this storyline and it's like I was already uncomfortable with how they kind of brought in Dominic back then, even as a kid. It is what it is. I mean, they did what they did. And then we have the whole thing in WWE now where they're kind of referencing it. I don't know if they should go that far with it, only because, of the events that happened.
They brought him in that way. They did what they did. They made a figure out of that Dom.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. You could buy an action figure with a severed child's head in it in order to build Child Dom.
Somewhere else knows going, God damn it. Anyway.
Right?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll just.
What would have been perfect is if it had been a classic Al Snow figure that the Dom head came in with.
If they do it, put it this way: if they do it, then I won't be broken up about it. But yeah, I don't know. It just I feel like that's a bit rough around the edges. It would be a good story if they do it right, but.
James, trust me, I have a dear friend I made through Disney who I had no idea she was a wrestling fan. She stopped watching WWE because of the Dominic storyline with Eddie and Ray. So I totally get where you're at, man.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I get it. And like I said, that was years ago. This is freaking 10 years before I even met her. So, it is what it is.
Well, there you go.
When WWE crossed the line.
Well, that for that, she wasn't a crazy hardcore fan like a lot of us are, but she was watching the regular and she was like, nope, I'm good with that one story on that one show. She's like, I'm over it. Okay, bye.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still iffy with the whole Dominic thing because Dominic has gotten better as a heel, but the Judgment Day thing always feels a weird fit.
He's gotten so much better. Oh my God. Like, I remember sitting here watching the him and Ray thing.
Right.
And just like, oh my God, how did this kid not go through NXT? He sucks. But then I started hearing interviews from Dom about when he trained and how he was taught to work the heel style. So it was like, now it makes more sense. He's not used to working as a babyface, so he's kind of muffled.
Yep.
And not only is he muffled because he's not used to working a babyface, he has to stand next to his iconic father.
Yeah.
You're gonna look like shit in the ring next to Rey Mysterio with 372 surgeries on the same fucking knee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wait, I just got a report. It's 373 now.
Oh Jesus! Not again.
Poor Rey Mysterio.
But as soon as he turned heel, you could see those shackles just melt off of his body.
Yeah. And it was needed. It was sorely needed.
And I'm not saying that he's fucking world champion ready. I'm not even saying he's IC or US champion ready right now. But holy hell if he didn't exponentially improve the minute that happened.
Without a doubt.
And then being able to be there with somebody like Finn Balor, who's worked the world over and sit under his learning tree.
Yeah.
To be able to be in there with somebody like Damian Priest. Probably not near as traveled as Balor, but still has had way more experience than Dominic has.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dominic has more years. Priest has more years in the ring than Dominic has had sitting ringside.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a statistic.
Hold up. Since you had to use the term statistic.
That's right.
And don't even get me started on Rhea Ripley.
What needs to be said about her?
Facials alone
yeah.
help guide Dominic through everything he needs to do. And as corny as it is, this fucking prison con Dom thing could not be one of the best things that has ever happened to him.
Yeah.
Because as cheesy as it is, because we all know this fucker didn't serve any kind of hard time.
No, even if Corey Graves says otherwise.
At best, he's in a holding cell for like an hour. At best. It's like, let's be real.
It's a misdemeanor at the county.
This dude didn't even make it to the yard. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Without telling too many personal stories outside of the classroom, I was in a holding cell longer than Dominic fucking Mysterio, okay? Seriously.
So there it is right there. But the character is everything that he needed because at the end of the day, And whether we want to acknowledge it or praise it or not, it is the perfect combination of WCW Eddie Guerrero and Conan.
Yeah, it's a balance.
See, I don't mind the comparisons to Conan when it comes to that because they're very much blending the best of Dominic's upbringing. They've got Rey Mysterio as his father. They've got Eddie as the whole illegitimate father thing, and he's doing the mommy, he's doing all the lying, cheating, stealing stuff, and he's dressing like goddamn Conan before doing the NWO. So
even in the NWO,
yeah, that's fair.
It's like he'd wear that freaking flannel, and then he'd have the Wolfpack shirt underneath it.
Fair point. Fair point.
So he's the perfect blend right now of those superstars.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's working for him.
And none of the drama on his brain is so crucial at this age that he's at right now.
Yeah.
I was saying, the fact that his mentality hasn't cracked before this point.
Call this a hot take. By WrestleMania next year, he will hold or have held a mid-card title.
Probably.
I agree.
I'm not going to argue that.
He's not ready for it yet. But that's not to say that come SummerSlam, Survivor Series, he won't be in the IC US title picture.
Yep. True.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even be mad to see a Glamorella type thing and see Dom and Rhea take the tag straps off of somebody because Rhea can beat a fucking dude's ass.
Well, we don't Rhea can
Let's
do
just
that.
be real.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You scoff, but if Sammy and Kevin don't do it, who the hell's going to face fucking Usos?
At this point, I got nobody.
Okay, there you go. It's so unconventional, yet it makes so much sense. Like at this point, who's going to stop the Usos if it's not Sammy and Kevin?
I got nobody.
And even if they do stop them, who's going to take it from them?
Right?
Continuity.
Rhea and Dom are just goofy enough to go up against Steen and Generico.
Right.
You know, Rhea is serious enough to go up against Owens, and Dom is goofy enough to go up against Sammy. It's the perfect cross dynamic there.
Yeah.
I think you
It
just
really
found the continuity after the bloodlines finally severed.
But I just wanted to get into this thing with the Dom Vicky thing because, number one, like I said, Mikey T suggested it.
Yes.
And there's so much to unpack here because everybody thought that Vicky had this huge issue with it, which immediately got cleaned up. And then you hear about how Dom goes to her regularly to see if it's okay to do this stuff. And that just says everything you need to know about his character and the way that his daddy raised him, regardless of what he'll say in a promo.
Yeah. Not his on-screen character, his character, folks.
I was about to say, separate the actual person from the superstar you see on your screen.
I'll go you one better, Noah. Separate the person from the persona.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put this image up one more time. I want people to reread this. I understand that in no way, shape, or form do I hold a candle to this man. So stop being mad at him for doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows that he's not Eddie. He knows that he will never be Eddie. But you know what? I'm going to take a line from Virtue. It gets the marks all riled up.
Yep.
So he's doing what he's doing, and he's doing it right, and he's doing it well because y'all are falling right into the trap.
And he's making
y'all
money.
are eating out of his hand.
Yep.
And the more
Michael
you
Cole,
do that, the more
Corey
relevant he'll
Graves,
be.
And Michael Cole and Corey Graves are overselling it, but even so, they're paid to do that, and it works.
No, I disagree with what you just said. Michael Cole isn't overselling it all. Michael Cole, who was calling the matches with Eddie and Ray when the Dominic thing was going on, Cole feels that at a visceral, deep, meaningful level. He is all up in this. And, you know, Wade Barrett, who's sitting next to Cole on Friday nights, is just kind of like, whatever. Same thing with Corey Graves on Raw. You know, Corey's on Raw calling the action with, you know, the Irish Pug of the Week. I forget the kid's Kevin something or other.
Kevin Patrick, something like that.
Yeah, KP.
Sure, we'll go with that.
KP, Kevin Patrick.
Kevin doesn't know, he wasn't. I don't think he was. If he was alive in 2005, I'd be very surprised. He seems like he's still a fetus, the poor kid.
I think he was alive in 2005, but if he was alive back in during the LWO and the Filthy Animals, I'd be surprised.
Yeah. If he was a baby. So I disagree that he's overselling it. I think Michael Cole is 100% on it because he was there in person at ringside when Rey Mysterio was able to liberate Dominic from the evil Eddie Guerrero. So I totally get Cole.
I forgot about that. That's a good point.
And again,
I'm so used to Michael Cole being like, oversell this. And Triple H lets him be more organically now himself. I forgot about that.
So here, and I know we're trying to get to break, Jay. God help me. I know we're trying to.
Okay.
But Michael Cole, I
actually think we're ahead of schedule right now, Jeff. So it's okay.
Good shit. I appreciate that. That's good. Michael Cole has been so conditioned by all of us to be shit on for his calls. He has gotten so much better than when he was being forced into this heel bullshit against the King and JR. I firmly believe Mauro Ranallo not being available at this point of the game. I still think he was the best play-by-play guy we've had on WWE in recent memory.
Amen.
Michael Cole has improved so much in the last since the feud with Lawler. So we'll call it a decade.
Yeah.
And him being so long tenured, he can make calls like he's calling with Dom because he saw Dom come up from a stupid condom phrase. I hate that thing.
Ex-com Dom, as Pat McAfee put it.
Come up from this little boy whose life was completely turned upside down by bullshit within the family to rejecting the family that fought for him. That's where I see Michael Cole coming from. Some of the other stuff Michael does, yeah, okay. That's somebody in his ear. But again, if you believe everything we see and hear on the internets, he hasn't had the crazy producer in his ear for a year. So that's another reason why he's at least gotten it back reeled in. So yes, he's improved leaps and bounds the last 10 years. But if you watch his stuff with Pat McAfee at his side the last year or two, I have not been comfortable saying this since this pair broke up. But I think him and Pat McAfee, and even now him and Wade Barrett, are the best two-man team since JBL stopped commentating with Michael Cole.
Wow.
Yeah. Shit.
That's a hot take, but I can't disagree with you.
Again, Michael Cole has been the consistent constant in the WWE ecosystem since JR was no longer in that spot.
And the problem is the Raw team, since they definitively put Michael Cole on SmackDown, has been a bigger revolving door than your average New York City hotel in 1992. You don't know what you're going to get on the Monday night. And God forbid they move Corey Graves back to SmackDown. Raw doesn't have to stand a friggin' chance on that commentary team against Corey and Michael. Forget it.
I was about to say, Corey and Michael is the balance you need in WWE's modern era because Corey actually understands a lot of the younger talent here, while Michael Cole can basically draw the lines based on the kayfabe storylines he's seen over the past 25 damn years.
Corey, yin and the yang.
Yeah, Corey is a product of one of those guys that came from the Indies and learned the WWE system from the FCW Tampa ground up. That's why he is as good as he is. He's a Dusty disciple. He's a Hunter disciple. That's why Corey Graves is so good.
Yes.
That's why it wasn't such a, oh man, he has to retire because of the concussions. It was a hard blow for about 45 seconds. And then, oh, he's going to be on commentary? I don't know. He's got this alternative. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, put him and Michael Cole. They can call any goddamn wrestling show. WWE.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, when Pat McAfee was brought into play, it was the first time I can remember that three-person booth actually worked.
Yeah, seriously. I have a real problem. I always have, I always will, with a three-person or more commentary booth. the guest commentator for a match here and there, cool, whatever. But the entirety of a pay-per-view or even a Raw, no, don't like that shit. Never did. But you give me Corey Graves and Pat McAfee on alternative sides of a analyst call with Michael Cole calling the action, take my subscription money and run with it to the bank.
Thank you, Royal Rumble.
Right? Now, I will say that when properly balanced, when we're able to get everybody's thoughts without overlapping each other, there is one 3-man team that I've enjoyed thoroughly, almost as much, you know what, even more than that 3-man team, and that's these 3 guys right here. And with that being said, a lot of what you're going to see in this next trailer before we wrap things up, God help us all, is what's coming up, and a lot of that's watch-alongs with some combination of these 3 guys as we go into the Jeff Meacham Network in the March. So, and enjoy.
Uh-oh.
Why'd you stop it?
I did not.
Hi, Jeff. Happy birthday. I hope you're having the best day. Just wanted to get on here and wish you some birthday wishes. Okay, bye.
Shit.
Who dat?
Got him again.
An hour ago when I messaged her saying we gave her a shout out on the air. Oh, piss. Okay. That was Debbie that used to be with the Kings that I mentioned earlier.
Gotcha.
By the way, they whooped Colorado's ass, so good on you, Stars. We love you guys. Okay.
Nice.
You're not my division, so I can do that shit. It's okay. Kings won, by the way. So Kings won, Stars won. I got to hear from Demi on my birthday. So hell, it was on her birthday we got to see her. So that's even more awesome. So
there you go.
To Demi. Go Stars, go. They won. Like I said, anytime you defeat the defending Stanley Cup champions is a banger of a win. So that's awesome for Dallas tonight. Lord knows some Dallas team should be winning some sort of major game in sports.
Damn.
Now, I will say this as we thank you. For those of you UFC fans that did not get to see it or have not, whatever, John Jones subbed freaking Gain in just over 2 minutes in the first round tonight. So John Jones is fucking back, y'all. Good for John's Bone Jones. I'm happy for John. I know a lot of our fans don't watch UFC, but I was keeping track of it off and on, man. Submission in the first round, 2 minutes in, that's awesome. People were talking about, does Jones still have it? He's looking good.
I'm sure he's going to be on WWE's radar soon enough. Maybe special guest enforcer for the next Fight Pit, whatever that might be, and against who.
But yes, thank you to Sam, to Gino, thank you, Demi. God damn you, Jay. Thank you all.
That's the last surprise, I promise.
Appreciate that very much. I don't know if I can deal with any more of the tears. But thank you to everybody this whole week so far. It was only since Wednesday, really. It's actually my birthday month. But yeah, like I said, we've got a shit ton of stuff coming up starting tomorrow. All that stuff Jay threw up in the graphic earlier. We'll throw it up here in the plugs in a little bit. But everything is just building. And, the whole tagline on Talk Wrestling was all roads do indeed now lead to Tinseltown, man, because WrestleMania, April 1st, everything between now and then is all about getting there. And I've been a fan for over 30 years. I don't think I've ever looked forward to a WrestleMania more than I do this year. And I'm a little biased, but I won't be there. But everything between now and then just is so awesome that it's the potential for awesome is there.
You're looking to this one more than you looked forward to 24 with the Flair retirement.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding what it ended up being, not his actual retirement, but in the moment, being able to be there, see that match, see The Undertaker do part of his streak with your dad next to him, his favorite wrestler.
Yeah.
You're looking to this more than you did that?
This is going to be a deep one, so I probably will need tissues when I get through with this, so we'll see. You remember something about that time in my life. This was before you and I really came.
I know.
Right? I just lost my job over something stupid, and I mean ungodly, like petty theft. I got fired from Target. Like stupid shit. WrestleMania and Hall of Fame and Disney World was a pity. Your non-girlfriend is pregnant. Here's a pity gift because we feel sorry for your dumbass being so damn dumb. That's what WrestleMania week was in 2008. Granted, Dad and I had a wonderful time. I love the pictures. I look back on video and pictures to this day. I look back on stuff like the pictures of Dad and I walking through a waste management centric attraction at Disney World because that was all stuff that he was involved in making. There's a picture with my silly little plush pal Mickey that I bought back there on top of a replica of a trash can, because that was why we went back to that thing. So there were so many wonderful memories from that trip. And then post that trip, of course, the biggest memory of all, that Friday when I came home. Dylan was born that week. But I think back on that now, and I think of the lead-in. I think the lead-in now. The lead-in to that WrestleMania was rough on me, rough on my family, was rough on everything. And I sit here now. I have a wonderful employer outside of this window that I believe I'm still working for Disney. I still, even now, 5 months, still what the fucking, that's a thing. And I get to fulfill a promise to myself that I made 18 years ago as I sat right about here and said, the next time WrestleMania is in LA County, I'm going. Whatever I got to do. And then between now and then, tomorrow, AEW was an amazing, potentially amazing show. Monday, you and I, JJ, on Dads, talking about some of the greatest battles in history. Top 10 feuds of all time. That is a subjective topic when you think of the history of professional wrestling. And we do go 2+ hours on it because there's that many feuds and ones we didn't mention that got honorable mention along the way or didn't get mentioned at all that we can dive into.
16 different feuds get mentioned
in
out of 20.
Yeah.
Guarantee you one that's Stone Cold Steve Austin and Vince McMahon.
Well, you have to wait and see on Monday. But
fair enough.
But yeah, 16 different feuds amongst 20 listings. And we I don't think we even scratched it. I think we barely gave the surface a little bitty nick.
Yeah.
There's so damn many good blood battles in the history of wrestling. And we just barely kind of went, fight little prick, like a fucking doctor or something.
Right?
Paper cut.
Paper cuts are a bitch. Don't even fool. especially right now. If I get paper cut now, I'm gonna bleed out all the alcohol in my system. Anyway, that's a shoot, kids. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
That's not a rumor. That's a spoiler.
That's not a rumor. That's right. That's not a prediction. That's a damn spoiler.
That's not an insult. It's just a fact of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me talk to you about the next time on Dads.
Let me talk to you. Never mind.
On that one yet, but we're going to.
Sure.
WrestleMania main events. Now, again, WrestleMania main events. Are you talking about marquee matches? No. Final match of the night. Yes, we do include the two-nighters as two separate last matches of the night. So there's a potential for, let's see, the first two-nighter was 2020, right? 20, 21, 22.
First
41 matches.
WrestleMania 36.
Over 40.
Yeah.
Over 40 to choose from. And we somehow have to get it down to either 10 each or just 10.
I see what I might
take a lot of effort and contemplation, if you will.
About to say that's dedication. God bless you both. All I'm gonna say is I looked at that graphic. I already saw two of my key ones, and I literally just watched one of them yesterday. So thank you.
See, and I've been going through and watching them, and I am literally ranking every main event as I go.
Yep, me too.
I have a document with 41 spots.
Wow.
Because I'm counting Brett Yoko Hogan as one match.
Okay, good.
Because the whole challenge being thrown out to Hogan was so last minute that it wasn't really the main event. It was kind of a asterisk, an epilogue to the main event.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can understand that. Fair enough.
So I have 41 slots. I have watched 14 matches.
Oh, dear Lord, boy.
I still got a ways to go, but I will tell you this, and this very well could change with the other 27, if my math is right, that I still have to watch.
Yes.
But as it stands right now, my top three. Number 3, WrestleMania 14, Michaels Austin.
Okay.
Number 2, WrestleMania 4, Savage DiBiase.
Ooh, interesting.
Number 1, WrestleMania 12, Brett and Sean.
And you said you're 14 in now? You said you're 14 in at this point?
Yes.
Of the first 14, I can definitely get with those. Absolutely. Interesting.
So that is where I'm currently at.
There you go.
I'm not going to go into full top 10 because I don't want to give too much away.
There you go.
But that is my current top 3, and I'm only 14 deep.
Good on you, man. And that's just dads, right? Yeah. I sent JJ a graphic a day or two ago. It's changed a couple times since I've had schedule updated, but there's like 4 days or something, maybe 5 or 6 days this whole month where I don't have something live set or something that's either canned or going to be canned. That's how much I think of this month, so you asked me, am I looking forward to the build more? Yes, because there's so much awesome going on. Up until we left for Florida, my life kind of was what it was.
That's fair.
So this right now, yes, I'm busy. Yes, I turned 40. Yes, I'm tired as a 40-year-old. But you know what? I said it all week last week when I was talking to friends. Every time I walk under that train station bridge and I see that sign, here you leave behind the world of today and go into the world of fantasy and tomorrow and everything that says, I feel that fresh air get in my lungs. I'm ready to do it, man. I'm ready to start the day.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So I am so goddamn ready for this month, man.
It's a true March Madness.
For real.
All right.
Eat your heart out, basketball.
Before we get deeper into the plugs, let me go ahead and take a moment to promote Stat Boy Sports Bar.
Yes.
Which will be coming up this Tuesday, hopefully.
Right.
4 o'clock Pacific, 7 Eastern, Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou.
Yes.
Where the food is hot, the beer is ice cold, and the seats are warm. So pull up a bar stool and engage with some professional sports conversation with your hosts, Statboy Mike and Dory Lou. And if you choose to follow them on the social medias on the Tweeter, this is where you can find them at Hathaway Lou for Dory, at LBStatKid1977 for Mikey. And then they will also be milling around the Heroes and Legends 19 convention Saturday, May 13th. So many good people that have been announced for that. You'll have to try to check in and see them there if you ever want to meet them in person and you're in the area.
Absolutely.
Also, we've got the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield, at CatholicJosh122 on Twitter, at Malamangram on Instagram, and everybody's favorite big baller, Big Baller G, at Big Baller G 1988 on TikTok, nodq.com / Big Baller G on Twitter, nodq _ Big Baller G 1988 on Instagram.
Who's always happy to be here.
And of course, he's got the Baltimore Celeb Fest coming up with Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I did see the other graphic that was promoted on the review, but I don't have that one to plug, so I'm plugging what I have.
I don't have it on me either, but yeah, he and his buddies they're going to a convention in a couple weeks, and one of the guests that I knew off the top of my head for sure was Bobby Fish. So it'll be cool to see.
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
And that'll be at the ECW Arena, correct?
Yes, the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. So Big G gets to go to ECW Arena, which I'm not gonna lie, a little bit pissy about that. I'm not gonna go.
I don't blame you.
That's what I've said. That's one of the bucket list things for me is to get an ECW Arena once and get the center stage in Atlanta just once.
There you go. I guess I'm next to plug. Did you get through all your plugs, JJ?
Well, I'm going to go with mine after you, sir. Go ahead.
Fair enough. So I only have one thing to plug other than everything else that I plugged. So coming up on April 27th, which is literally 2 months away. I can't even believe that. Time flies, apparently.
Yeah, no kidding.
4-year anniversary of WIW Immortal, the 8-hour monstrosity that I created back in 2019 with the boys from FTW Productions. Back then, we created this. It is 12 matches of absolute mayhem, chaos, and carnage. And probably still to this day, one of my proudest things that I've ever worked on. We're going to be doing a couple things, I think, on the Jay Hebert side of things, when we're going to bringing that back just to kind of reminisce on all the work that was done. We might have a few guests on that show. Who knows? Maybe a few newcomers to the show we'll be adding. We'll be watching some old clips, if you will, celebrating the 4-year anniversary that was this show. So for anybody interested in CAW wrestling, definitely go check this out. It would be on the QR codes that ran on my trailers. So there you go.
All right. I've got a lot of stuff to show.
Yes.
So forgive me in advance. As always, you can find me on the social medias. Instagram, The Renegade JJ Williams. YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. Twitter, ROWJJ Williams.
The Twitter.
This past week on Renegades Reviews, I wrapped up Black History Month with Crush Groove, the fictional retelling of the creation of Def Jam Records. And then I kicked off movies that star WWE Hall of Famers with Lipstick and Dynamite featuring the fabulous Moolah and Mae Young, and Body Slam featuring Rowdy Roddy Piper, Captain Lou Albano, the Wild Samoans, non-Hall of Famers, the Barbarian and the Tonga Kid, and cameos from Hall of Famers Classy Freddie Blassie, Bruno Sammartino, and the Nature Boy, woo, Ric Flair.
There you go.
The guy gets around.
And then today...
gets around. Fuck no. Sorry.
God damn.
And then today, new release Saturday, my review of M. Night Shyamalan's Knock at the Cabin went live, starring Dave Bautista, Rupert Ron Weasley Grint, and who is the Jonathan Groff.
Yes. Yes.
AKA Kristoff from Frozen, or some people may remember him as the Keen from Hamilton.
Well, I know at least one person that would, but I digress.
I mentioned, okay, so me and Cece's daughter, Kyra, actually watched that the other day. And I mentioned to her that's who he was because she's not your typical girly girl. She's not a big Frozen person. But as soon as I mentioned Hamilton, she started singing his song. I was like, all right.
Oh, yeah. That is straight up your daughter's influence, too, to be fair.
No.
No?
She was a Hamilton girl prior to moving out here.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
got nothing to do with Natalie. That's just one of the many ways where the two are like right there.
I feel your pain, brother.
And then coming up,
a musical guy, but wow.
Yeah. And then coming up next week on Renegades Reviews, Abraxas, Guardian of the Universe, starring Hall of Famer Jesse the Body Ventura. Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies, starring Hall of Famers Rowdy Roddy Piper, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and Kurt Angle, along with the franchise Shane Douglas, Reby Sky, Matt Hardy, so many others. This past week, oh wait, no, I still got 2 other movies. Botch. Call myself on it.
There you go.
Maximum Conviction, starring Steven Seagal and Stone Cold Steve Austin, will be Friday's movie.
Ooh.
And the new release Saturday will be Your Place or Mine, a Netflix original starring Reese Witherspoon and Ashton Kutcher. Ashton, of course, being from that 70s show, which famously had Ken Shamrock, The Rock, and the Hardy Boys on an episode early on in its season. So that's how it kind of 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, ties itself to the wrestling landscape.
I'm also pretty sure Ashton was on Raw at one point doing a Punk segment. So, there's that also.
Yeah. This past week, I did my very first Throwback Thursday broadcast. That was an interesting one to comb through and put together. We aired the very first episodes of Talk Wrestling, a Hardy Conversation,
oh boy,
No DQ and AV, Renegade of Wrestling, Statboy Rants, the very first episode of Dads on Wrestling.
Whoa.
We aired the very first Indie Force podcast.
Wait, really?
Yes, we did.
Huh.
And we aired the very first No DQ review.
Oh my Lord Jesus.
Response has been pretty favorable. The review video has got 20 views on it.
Wow.
The Dads and Indie Force video has 23 views.
Nice.
And the one with Talk Wrestling, Hardy Conversation, No DQ, and AV, Statboy Rants, Renegade has 18 views on it.
Wow.
So, going to be doing part 2 this coming week with episodes 2 of all those, as well as the pilot episode of Open Mic Night.
Yes.
The post Turning Point edition. That is essentially what was the genesis of Open Mic Night.
Yeah.
Now,
and that was a tricky one to edit because of where the Turning Point talk ended as the other talk begins.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I cut it right where Jeff starts to talk about the point where usually on back-to-back nights, you have to worry about one living up to the standard set by the other one, but you guys didn't think that was going to happen with as lackluster of a build as Survivor Series had.
Right.
So that's kind of where the pilot of Open Mic Night begins from, and it goes all the way through the rest of that.
It was a long after that.
No kidding. I just remember.
James still looks like he's dumbfounded that I aired the first Indie Force.
I was getting, believe it or not, so I was like downloading videos. I'm like, okay, I know which ones I want at some point. And then apparently you beat me to the punch on the first one, which was Indie Force Podcast first episode. So,
well, I was just going through and trying to find something that had a lot of episodes that I could just go consecutive one after the other after the other. Like next week we'll air episode 2 of the Indie Force, then episode 3, and just that's what I'm looking for on the channels. And it's like I said, it's got the most views so far. That one in the first ads, so
Yeah, let me just say this about the First Talk Wrestling, because I feel like every time I need to make some sort of freaking disclaimer.
Well, do keep in mind, like I told you in private chat, I did use the version that you heard for the 13th anniversary that did have the pre and post airing bumpers where you already acknowledge the fact that information is vastly outdated, your opinions have changed, you were a dick in that episode. Like you came down hard on yourself.
Yeah.
Justly so, because sitting back and rewatching that episode to air, I was like, wow, Jeff really was a dick.
You have to remember something about July 16th, 2007. We were literally less than a month after the Benoit tragedy. I was in the midst of what was supposed to be the final breakup with Jade and I. It was one of those moments where my life was just, my fandom life was absolute shit because the WWE was in such chaos. My personal life was a goddamn shambles. So yeah, I was a dick. And I apologized when the 13th anniversary, which is now 2.5 years old.
Yeah.
And I apologize now because I'm not that guy anymore, but you can't just brush things away and pretend they didn't happen. Like I keep trying to tell the company, if we can acknowledge Dumbo, if we can acknowledge every other thing we do, that, with a disclaimer, okay, this was bad then, it's bad now, make an informed decision when you watch this and after you watch it, more importantly.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can do the same thing with our content. So it is what it is, folks. The first day recorded outside, no filters, no high-tech equipment. We on the damn streets of Long Beach with traffic and wind shit going by.
Yeah. We used a digital camera outdoors.
Propped up on a damn light.
No. Oh. We had Aaron as cameraman.
Oh, that's right. Not Riff, double A.
Yeah. Different Aaron. This Aaron, one of our old roommates who actually then lived with Stat Boy for a while again when he moved to Orange County.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I love Double A still. He was a good friend. But for whatever reason, he thought that because he was cameraman, he had the right to, when he agreed with something, go like this with the camera. And when he disagreed, go like this with the camera. So it makes for some really fucked up shooting that if you're not prepared with a Tylenol nearby could possibly give you a headache. But it is what it is.
It very much felt like the cameraman that was answering Buff Bagwell during the NWO Takeover Nitro. Are you in the NWO? And the camera's doing this shit. It's like, oh so cringe. But you know what?
But it's also why after about maybe a dozen episodes, we moved inside. Still had someone holding the camera for a while, but at least we got the gist of people's, and we moved indoors, except for special shoots.
Right. And again,
makes sense.
The on location thing worked when it did, when I was with No DQ and with us, because we had people that knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
We were going,
and it was different at the time.
Yeah.
When I started doing the outside stuff for Renegade, you were doing indoor stuff with Rift.
Exactly.
So in order to make Renegade look different and look more like a Renegade, I'm outside. I'm in the elements.
Yep.
Exactly. It's raw. It's uncut. Where Rift stuff was produced, edited, like polished.
Yep.
And not taking anything away from Rift. Don't go to our viewers, don't go running off like I'm talking all this massive shit about him, because I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But it was done with intent to stand out from essentially the leader in the product.
Right.
Yeah.
Because anybody that came along post 2007 with their own wrestling podcast, if they try to say they weren't trying to be Jeff Meacham, they're lying to themselves.
I I think to be fair, I think I was trying to have elements of Jeff, but I think everybody else was trying to be their own person. I don't think they watched Jeff, to be fair.
I just randomly got called
On the
out
indie
to try
forum.
and do a video on YouTube in 2018 before Evolution. The rest is history.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again, and we're celebrating his birthday, so I'll toot his own horn a little bit, but 90% of us that are in wrestling podcasting were at least fans of No DQ, and by some proxy, the Jeff Meacham product at that point. You know,
Right.
whether we set out with intent to emulate or it just came by happenstance. We're all offshoots of the No DQ talk wrestling format, and to a lesser extent, Extreme Mayhem XMV.
No,
Everything has a beginning.
We, you know, we weren't set to change the world, 20 years ago. We weren't setting out to do anything but just, together and, bullshit about stuff like we do Saturday now.
Yeah. I mean, on the first episode of a Hardy Conversation, where I was so gimmicky, I was calling myself Sean Hardy because my partner was calling himself Chris Hardy. So we were like the other Hardy boys.
Yeah.
You know, the indie Hardy boys, if you will.
Yeah. At least Chris,
like towards the middle of the broadcast, we do like a cheesy, shout out to Jeff from NoDQ.com. Type of thing. It was like so corny. It was like Mick Foley cheap pop status for real.
Right.
And trying to get that little rub.
Yeah.
It just makes the first encounter of the apartment so much funnier. And again, that's off camera. That's behind the scenes, but it just makes it so much fucking funnier when you think about stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, please go back and again, the Throwback Thursday is twofold. Number one, it's stuff some of you have never seen before or haven't seen since 07, 09, all that back in the day. The other thing is, the more we get this man's channel watched, the higher probability it gets that we hit that 4,000 mark by WrestleMania or whenever we do hit it. As long as we hit it, but WrestleMania is the goal.
Right now, I am sitting at 3,745.
Wow, you're so close.
I need 255 more view hours.
There you go.
To get there. And that is very much doable by the end of the month if we get people watching the content.
Yeah. And
I mean, as it stands right now, nobody is watching this on my channel. They're all watching it on either Jeff's or Noah's channel. But hey, my channel is best known for on-demand anyways.
Right.
Because all my reviews are pre-taped. People don't think of live content when they think of my channel.
No, but we're getting, I have long believed that this, and again, you guys all live in the multiverse, and it's I've come to appreciate it more than acknowledge it, which I love it at this point. It's like, that's awesome. I'd like to think of it as we're doing different things. Throwback Thursday is a very much different thing. Yes, it's all talking about some facet of wrestling, but so many different viewpoints from so long ago that it works.
And how our opinions have changed since then.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the other key is you listen to some of that stuff and you listen to how blunt and brutal that I am.
Oh, yeah.
I snipped a clip and sent it to Jeff where I went on this vicious diatribe about Michelle McCool.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
It's like, and you think about me and her now, and it's like, I'm cool with where she is. I'm cool with her now.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me as much as it did back then.
No, not even remotely.
Am I still her number one fan? No, I never will.
No.
But I can look back in hindsight and be like, you know what? She was good for what she was.
Yep.
But you listen to this video and oh my God, I am nasty to her.
Yeah.
So let me just say now, before that episode even ever airs, anybody in the WWE, Michelle, and especially Mark, any of y'all see that? I am not that guy anymore, and I am sorry.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, like
I will play it for y'all when we go off the air. But yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
But that's the great thing about going back and revisiting this stuff. And even, the first Talk Wrestling where you watch what he said specifically about Mark Marrow.
Oh yeah.
And how nasty he was. And then just a few years later, he could go on there and be like, hey, look, I was a dick about this.
Yep.
I am wrong for what I said. This is how I feel now.
Yep.
Keep that in mind as you rewatch this, because I can't change what I said.
No.
I can just learn from it and improve. And that's what everybody needs to remember, and especially the executives at the higher levels. Because if they had learned that lesson the way this man did back in 2020, Jay Briscoe would have been on AEW television.
Uh-huh.
Because the Jay Briscoe that died a month or so ago wasn't the same man that said that shit back in the day.
No.
And he deserved that opportunity.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a guy who's ran the Briscoes down on more than one occasion.
As last year. So
yeah,
it's
as recently as the month before he died.
Okay,
let's be fair.
Wasn't gonna throw you under that far under the bus, but okay, sure. Yeah, it's I still stand by what I said about that. I remember her damn name right now. It's so out of my brain at this
Nancy Grace.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh God, yeah. Okay. Stand by what I said about her. She's still the same person, basically. But other than that, very unfair to on my behalf to the people in wrestling, the people that weren't in at that point, but were still, peripheral because they had made the name of wrestling. Again, very different person. You remember 2007. I'm not even 20. I can't even rent a car and have insurance if I was driving, which I'm not. But I'm not even 25 years old yet, guys. I'm sitting here just having turned 40. This is a lot of reasons why I don't watch my old shit or even watch back stuff I just did because I'm so self-critical. I look back. If I were ever to find the old XMVs and actually watch them back, I did at one point, which is why I've always said there's one episode we can air. Like one. That I don't worry about the backlash because it was primarily focused on anything but professional wrestling because we were recording snippets and my lead up to my Rocky Horror audition.
Right.
Now, granted, Rocky Horror isn't exactly a tame subject either, but it has become so PC homogenized since I was on a Shadowcast that I don't worry about that stuff. Some of the stuff we said, like in between the segments of my audition, I kind of go, ooh. But again, not to hammer on somebody. That episode of XMV was post the original co-host, which was much more of a laid back, hanging with our buddies stuff than it was focused about one person and the other person having to fend off like nonsense.
Yeah.
The XMV, the last, I'll say 6 months of the show was so much more fun. But even still, the content would definitely need okay, here's the thing. Before 99 of those episodes out of the 100, because okay. So here's the thing, kids.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
Getting back to the plugs, though.
Yes, sorry.
Because we went off on a whole tangent there.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah.
But let's. Warzone tomorrow will not be on the air.
Oh.
No.
There will be no Warzone tomorrow. Just haven't had a chance to really get out to the stores lately with the weather being what it's been.
Fair point.
Make sure you check out Aaron and the rest of the No DQ crew with the Raw recaps on Monday, the Dynamite recaps on Wednesday, the SmackDown recaps on Friday, and the No DQ reviews every Sunday, plus prediction panels when they do them. You never know who you'll see on the review. Jeff was just on today's. Noah jumps in there from time to time, as do I. I have noticed that I've been on there substantially less since they moved to Sundays, just because it's like we're up to midnight usually our time doing this. I don't really feel like doing the same show the next day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not to take anything away to the review or even try to compare it to us, even though we've said we're kind of adopted that format to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But, I kind of miss when it was on Thursday and then we still had like a day or two of news that could come out as opposed to trying to do one after the other.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But I do understand, the thing with Aaron going to Sundays was able to free up Thursday, which I've been telling him for 20 years, but why?
On Tuesdays, Jeff.
Hey, that's me again. Yeah, so I'm gonna change the graphic again as far as just put the word anything over wrestling because it looks very jumbled like this and I did this myself, so I 100% own that shit. I messed up, but talk anything with Jeff Meacham every Tuesday after NXT's airing, except for WrestleMania week, which we'll get into later in the month. But yeah, it's pretty much I watch NXT or I watch whatever I watch at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and I head on. All right, I'm like Cody Rhodes. So what do you guys want to talk about? And it's just go from there. And I thoroughly enjoy the format I get and the platform I get from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 channels. It's awesome. So check out.
Speaking about talking about stuff, talk a little bit about this, Jeff.
Yes. Okay. So I must first of all credit JJ for the name change. 100%, because originally I had it named Reliving the War, I believe is what it was called Return to War.
Yeah, Return to the War or something like that.
The reason I changed it was because, to JJ's credit, he pointed out that there's another channel, and I'll give them all the love because Wrestling Bios is a freaking channel. They have a series called Reliving the War that airs each and every week, and I didn't want to, I didn't want to infringe too much on that. Plus, totally different take, totally different perspective from me watching back these shows and giving my thoughts as opposed to somebody who is in another country, looking back on it, from their standpoints. But I decided that, people go back and forth. They talk about, enough nostalgia, enough Attitude Era. It's too romanticized. So I'm not doing just the Attitude Era. I'm doing the entirety of the battle between the WWF and WCW. I'm talking about from the moment Ted Turner purchased that company, and even probably before that. I haven't decided how far back I'm going in this story, but I really feel like people give a lot of hype to TNA tried to move and declare war. AEW's in a war with WWE. Bullshit, they are. No. Again, there'll be AEW fans that'll hate me for this, or WCW fans, former WCW that'll hate me for this. WWE is on a whole other level, and they have been from the minute that they decided to shift gears. Even when Vince was still in charge of creative, when they made that shift and just went full blown, okay, we're going this way. TNA can't touch them now, or the Impact, excuse me, what the fuck ever. They can't touch them now. AEW, with all the good they have going for them, they're not competition. They're just not.
No.
And that's sad for me to say as a wrestling fan, but it is what it is. I can still sit back and enjoy Dynamite and Rampage and Impact Wrestling and New Japan Strong and everything else, but I'm also a realist. Regardless of the quality of the content on Monday or Friday, there is no clear number 2 through 500.
Yeah.
There is their number 1, period. This time in wrestling history, WCW gave Vince moments of, oh shit. And even prior to Ted Turner buying the company and Jim Crockett at least making a go of it with Dusty booking, with Flair as champion, things like that, there was serious competition. So I really feel like this needs a good, deep dive from somebody that everybody has classified as a wrestling professor. Okay, have a seat, kids, around these nasty-ass tables and chairs in this crowded lecture hall. Sit back and enjoy.
There you go.
And I'm myself that extra month after Mania. That way I can go, okay, we got through Mania. We survived which is even more impressive.
You need to recover.
Yeah.
What's your voice?
We're talking about these three not sleeping till May 1st. I'll be surprised if I get any freaking sleep until after Mania myself at this point. So I'm not saying we're going to stop content between April 2nd and May 1st, but this is going to be an every week thing.
Yeah.
And figure, even though I just do Monday nights, that's still 6 years of content. So, we'll see how it goes, but I'm looking forward to the challenge.
And while you're speaking and plugging, why don't you go ahead?
Yay. All right. So I do have a clear message that I can actually convey now about this. So I appreciate given the opportunity. So on Friday.
And just so you know, Jeff, I still have the video from last week loaded in if you want to throw to that as well.
I don't remember what I said on there, but sure.
But no, go ahead and talk about this first.
Okay. So March 10th, this coming Friday at the Viper Room, we will have Paradise Kitty making a rare appearance at home in the famous Viper Room. But our buddy Ariel will not be on that bill, as far as I know. I think she's in town, but I'm not sure. Candace Levinson will be sitting in Ariel's spot. And then from there, I think they're leaving the week after, but they don't start performing until the end of March 24th through April 1st. They will be in Australia, across the continent, whatever they call it, country, continent, whatever. They're all over the place. Along Melbourne, Adelaide, Canberra, Sydney, Brisbane, and on the Gold Coast. I am so proud of these women. I just can't even tell you how much I love these girls, especially Jenna. I mean, I've known Jenna since, I'm not going to say how many years, because she will castrate me on the fucking air if I say that out loud. But I just turned 40, 6th grade. Y'all do the math quietly to yourselves. Don't say it on the air. We know each other a long goddamn time. And I had Rachel reach out through Jenna and say, make sure you buy Jeff a happy birthday drink on me. Ariel's going to be on the network later in the month if things work out with planning. Thing with Jenna yesterday didn't work out just because, I'll be honest with you, we were having too much fun to set up a camera and freaking actually shoot anything Thursday night, and we were both so fucking hammered anyway. It really doesn't matter. That interview will come, just a matter of when. But I am so proud of Paradise Kitty, so proud to be part of that circle, and I can't wait to see how Friday night turns out, possibly with a appearance by a Guns N' Roses loving WWE superstar who's not doing shit all except Fudi Musfali at the moment. Be great to see Nick. Haven't seen him in a while, so hopefully he shows up. And then they're off in Australia, and just my heart soars for them for that kind of success. So.
Check the private chat, Jeff.
Okay. Must move quickly. Da-da-da. Come on. Damn thing load. Stop being more drunk than the host. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Don't remember. Yes, throw that up.
I could buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I could take myself dancing, I can hold my own hand, yeah, I can love me better than you can.
I thank you for remembering. Yeah. So it's funny. I'm not Matt fan base, so I don't listen to a whole lot of Miley Cyrus's music. She's not exactly playing to my kids either these days. Lord knows. Well, actually, my kid now, yeah. Actually, I take that back. Miley now, yeah, that age now. But anyway, I actually got to hear that song. That's a Miley song that she was covering the chorus of, and I like Ariel's better. And I know that I'm not hating on Miley because I'm just not. I do enjoy my sound, but man, Ariel just she makes it her own, which I think is wonderful to do for an artist. So yeah,
she's really good. She's really good.
And originally we were going to record the interview with her and I in August, but she's like, I'm probably going to be back out with Debbie Gibson again, so we probably can't do it then. So okay, we'll do whatever you want to, because she was just on tour with Debbie recently. I'm talking about, man, my friends. It's one of those I forget what show the original quote was. I'm proud of all my friends today. Like shit like that. I'm not available for that because I might be back on tour with Debbie Gibson. Oh, excuse the fuck me. Go ahead and do your thing with Debbie fucking Gibson. Like, geez.
Right.
Sorry. I'll go ahead and take a back seat where you had that awesome success. Son of a bitch. Yeah, please do that thing and make that money. Christ. But yeah, I am so honored to be friends with all those ladies. And I can't wait to meet Candace on Friday and see and check out her addition to the Sound of Paradise Kitty.
There you go. So with all that stuff, and then as we touched on earlier, all of these watch-alongs coming.
Oh my gosh.
We're still gonna die.
I still have a voice. Don't worry. I still have a voice.
Which means with all of those watch-alongs, and we're going to throw to Noah really quickly to talk about this.
Hey, that's right. I actually did a graphic, folks. Now, don't get used to this because one, I don't have time to do graphics, and two, me doing graphics. What the hell reality am I living in? But yes, Sleep Predicting, that has become let's just call it this, the standard of my simple YouTube channel. Trademarked by FC30 Productions. Thank you, James Hebert.
You're welcome.
We just did Sleep Predicting AEW Revolution. Me and the Noti Q, Nebula and Beyond with guest for the first time, Warren Hayes. Again, I welcome anybody to come in for the conversation, discussing and predicting something wrestling. So come be a part of the fun. Next up is Impact Sacrifice, followed by Ring of Honor, Supercard of Honor, and of course, NXT Stand Delivered, and of course, WrestleMania. And then we'll take a brief reprieve as we prepare for Impact Rebellion.
Yeah, for the record, between Noah's channel, my channel, and Owen's channel, we have done, I think, a total of 18 videos this week.
Jesus Christ.
All live stream, by the way.
And just to piggyback off of what Noah said, that's one of the things I love about Noah's Simply Predicting is he truly does welcome anybody. If you enjoy talking about, give him the line, Noah.
Professional wrestling, damn it!
Then he will allow you to have a seat next to him on Simply Predicting and talk wrestling.
Yes.
That's the only thing that I maybe give a little bit of guff to the other bosses is because they kind of vet and interview and see how you come off before they allow you onto the channel, and that works for them. They actually, also make a career off of it because, he does run a website.
Right.
So you gotta look for what you present. But if you enjoy talking wrestling, Noah's got a seat next to you for you there at the bar. Just pull up a chair and talk, whether it's Ring of Honor, not his NXT, AEW, Impact, whatever. After all of that,
Noah's hosting this too.
This is going to be fun. I am so looking forward to this.
Oh my.
I am legit going to pop popcorn so I can watch this as it happens.
I can't because I gotta produce this shit. But
you figure that 2/3 of the panel is either my girlfriend or my daughter,
right? Yeah,
I'm gonna be in proud man mode right there, sitting back watching this.
Hell yes,
nice,
nice. And again, that's just the 3 we have confirmed.
Yeah, the other is Dory Lou, the co-host of Stat Boy Sports
I have reached out to a few people outside of the ones I even mentioned to both of you. And just waiting on responses back. Scheduling is a mucker further, especially during WrestleMania season. So, and we all know this in this room, but I am hopeful we can get, I don't want to get a freaking 10-person panel. That's just not gonna, but get a good sized room going, it'll be fun to see how it plays out.
I'd say at least try to add one more. That way you've got Noah plus 4.
Exactly. I am honestly okay with whatever plays out.
I feel like too much more than that, it would get too chaotic.
Well, it very much would. And as the guy at the button, I'd be, pushing more buttons than I need to, I'm sure, in more ways than one. So just, yeah. I will, but I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to a very rarely seen perspective from, especially from this multiverse. We don't get a whole lot of the ladies in on the regular like I would prefer.
I mean, back in the old Casa days, we tried it twice. We tried Moms on Wrestling.
Yes.
With my daughter's mom and then Dylan's mom.
Yep.
And we even tried an offshoot of that called Chicks on Wrestling.
Yes.
You know, and it happened for like a couple episodes and then it just fell.
And that's more of the personalities involved than it is the content they're covering, I think. I mean,
it was a combination of the personalities involved in trying to arrange people's schedules to make it happen consistently.
Well, right. You know, it's, you know, unfortunately, even now, we all have lives.
Exactly.
So it's and not unfortunately,
especially when kids are involved. You know, we've got lives and we've got kids.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. This is very much the anti-Friday movie. We got kids, we got jobs, and we got shit to do.
Yeah, for real.
It is what it is.
So, I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that, because if this is something that we can spiral off for, even if it's just for the big four, I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'd like to see that. You know, it's always good to get a female perspective.
Yes. I am always so,
because at the end of the day, it's a male-dominated world.
Yeah, I'm always surprised and honored when they when the ladies in our lives volunteer or ask. It's like, yeah, please, by all means, come on and join the shenanigans if you think you can deal with us male dipshits for a couple hours.
Right. Yeah, right.
It's just them with the sanest one of us moderating. I'm okay with that. Because, like I said, I am button pusher that day. I'm just sitting back here making sure things run smoothly. This man will navigate the path, and I am grateful to him for agreeing to do it.
Absolutely. I mean,
your suggestion. So,
as the man who's probably the center square on everybody's Hollywood Squares panel of prediction shows, Noah's the perfect guy to come out of that center square and be the host.
Yeah. For real, he's on so, especially that week.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Jesus Christ, Reign of Honor, Stand and Deliver, night 1, night 2, and then how many prediction shows?
Impact.
You figure there's going to be, Impact 2, so that's 5. You figure No DQ is going to be doing one, Simply Predicting is going to be doing one. We're going to do ours before each one goes live. That's a minimum of 3. ATW View's probably going to do something. You know, y'all did last night for Revolution.
That was fun.
I didn't even get all the way through it. When I stopped commenting is when I went to bed. Because I was getting tired. Y'all was going, the fact that y'all started at midnight your time just told me it was going to be a long night for y'all.
I know what to deal with when it comes to my ATW fam. God bless them, including Mr. Chaos Fury, Eric.
But yeah,
I mean, it would. Yeah. You figure Noah's probably going to be doing a minimum of 5 prediction shows that week for each of the shows. Yeah. So that's 25 prediction panels, plus he's going to call all of that action.
Oh, Noah.
I also track it, but that's just a whole different thing.
Noah, you're going to have to DM me your address.
You gotta get your predictions in for Revolution.
You're going to have to DM me your address, so I can go to Walmart.com and order like a couple of 12-packs of Mountain Dew to be delivered to your house.
I want that shit. I'm going to go WebMD and order my goddamn inhaler and a freaking defibrillator for in between.
I'll have water. I'll have water. I'll be fine.
Some hot tea and lemon, a bag of cough drops.
Right.
Just to coat the throat in between. You know, get you one of those boxes of individual bags of chips so you can have a little snack there in between things. For real, dude.
But yeah, people were cracking on me for, you know, having a drink before I came on the air. I had to coat my throat just between review and now because I knew we were both going to go long, and I'm like, I was feeling hoarse at the end of the review, so I'm like, shit, I better get. Thank God for whiskey.
Yes, that Honey Jack was really good.
Honey
too.
Jack, I keep been telling you for years, brother. Now you know what the Russians and I were talking about.
And knowing is half the battle.
Well, with whiskey, it's more than half. Let's not kid ourselves, because knowing is the worst part. Because then you know.
See,
WrestleMania,
WrestleMania, WrestleMania week, Noah's going to be one of those heroes that don't wear capes.
Right? Seriously.
Which piggybacks into, I haven't done one of these for a long time.
Oh.
The Not All Heroes Wear Capes segment.
Ah, yes.
Ooh.
Now, I didn't see SmackDown, but I heard about this. And when I saw the images, I just had to bring this up.
Yeah.
The little girl fan who was in tears when Liv got beat by Rhea got brought backstage and got to meet Liv afterwards.
Yep.
And I just thought that was so sweet. You know, Liv Morgan is not a popular person in this house.
Oh, really?
Not because of me.
I was going to say.
But everybody else, because of what happened over the summer with her and Rhonda. Because this house is diehard Rousey fans.
Fair enough.
So they are completely anti-Liv as a result.
I remember,
and no matter how hard I tried to weave the narrative about how long she's been with the company, the fact that was her first title, they could care less. She cheated. Rhonda should beat her ass and get the strap back.
And she did.
Eventually. But just the fact that she had that belt for as long as it did got up in everybody's craw in this house.
Wow.
But then you see something like this, and it's just like, how can you be mad?
Right.
Like, really? And I love the three on the bottom the most. Especially the one in the middle, because she looks like she is so intently listening to what that little girl is telling her.
Yeah.
And then you see the smile on her face in that last picture, underneath the one of the hug.
Yep. It's one of those, for everybody that makes fun of that guy, it's still real to me. It's like, it's still real to these kids, man.
Yeah.
It is.
And at the end of the day, that is still WWE's target audience.
Yep.
So when something like that happens, you know, it's like, do you let them think that their favorite person is like seriously jacked up? Or you go ahead and pull that curtain back just a little, be like, I'm okay. It's okay.
It's not the first time that's happened. Yeah, but it's not the first time that happened. There was another incident with Daniel Bryan and Triple H at one point with a handcuff beatdown that Triple H had to let the Kitty Irons know he's fine. It's just storytelling. It's a real thing. When you think about the impact that these characters / role model personas have on this younger generation that so far hasn't screwed up by technology and social media yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Keyword yet.
Yeah, keyword yet.
I know Connor was an extreme case because of the pediatric cancer he was battling before he passed away. But man, when Connor got brought to that one event, and I forget which event it was, forgive me, he was involved in quite a few things when it was all said and done, but him having that quote unquote match with Triple H with the boys all around and pinning Triple H and Hunter just selling it like gangbusters, how angry he was. He got beat by this kid. It was just so fucking cute. And it was like
kind of like that video of Dylan versus Thunder Kitty.
I actually had it in the back of my mind. Thought I will. I was going to bring that up next, but you know, it's stuff like that with Liv. And by the way, Anthony, thank you. I appreciate that. I am working real hard on getting my weight down and getting everything better. So thank you. Comment says Jeff looks great. So thank you for that, Anthony. I appreciate that very much. You know, there comes a point, you know, as a parent, as a professional, everything, where do you have them cross that line? And how far do you take them across that line? Because what's the thing with Thunder Kitty before or after I got attacked? Do you remember?
Before.
Okay. So Dylan being no more than 6, you know, we were pre-show at Battleground 1 month, and just everybody's just kind of just him hawing around. Everybody knows we're buddies. Everybody knows we're that. So we're just kind of goofing around. Dylan ends up in the ring with an independent wrestler. Some of you are familiar with Thunder Kitty out there, and I can't praise her enough. She's actually got on my good side in recent years because of how incredible and how enduring the character can be as an independent star. That's a bitch, especially as a girl. It's a pain in the ass to have long-lasting impact in wrestling, but man, she does it. And her and Dylan had a match, and Dylan beat her, and it made his friggin' day. He was just so tickled that it was a thing.
He beat her with a phantom kick.
Right?
Like he goes for a big boot, but she's probably like this far away from him coming off the ropes when he throws the kick, and she sells it like it was sweet chin music to the jaw.
Like Sean Benjamin.
I feel like she'd been shot.
For real.
Yeah. And this is after her and I did not have nice words last time we'd seen each other. So for her to do that for my kid, that was really cool. Fast forward just a few months. I worked in the storylines because that's what they do with me. And
because we had become that integrated that at a pro wrestling massive show.
Yes.
Jeff was essentially the backstage interviewer. He was the Mean Gene going into and coming out of the matches.
Whoa.
And so that was weird. So
why did they move? What the hell happened?
I don't
You
know.
disconnected for a quick second.
So Jeff is doing this backstage interview with Sasha Derevko, who we saw earlier on.
Yeah.
And he got so fed up with Jeff that he pushed Jeff into the lockers, and Jeff crumbled and sold that shit.
Yeah.
For every show that we did leading up to that Battleground show, Jeff wore a neck brace. It didn't matter if it was after the bell, Dad's, Ringside Insanity, if he was on Stat Boy's show, if he was on my show, he sold the gimmick.
And to the point home, Dylan at that age wasn't quite sure what was going on.
So then we get to the match, and he brings Sam to the ring as his manager to Burning Heart from Rocky IV, where Rocky fought the Russian Ivan Drago. And while he's at ringside, he gets attacked by Sasha's brother, Alexis Derevko.
I mean,
in front of Dylan, who hadn't been smartened up yet, and thought Daddy was getting the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah. And I mean, guys, I literally walked to the ring with Sam. I'm drinking the honey jack just to piss Sasha off. And hey, I'm eating a bear claw like a Russian bear because he's Russian bear Sasha Derevko. I am totally pissing these Russians off in gimmick. And Dylan, at whatever it was, 6 years old, is just mesmerized by his dad being involved in this.
Yeah,
so Alexis,
because why wouldn't you be? You know, if you're that age and your dad is coming out to the ring, it's like you're going to be all up in that shit.
So for Alexis, who was in the crowd planted with a lucha mask on, and I didn't even know he was there for real. Like, I was told I'd be attacked, and that would be I'd be laid out, and then the Derevkos would take Sam out. That's all I was told. Well, Alexis hit me from behind about as hard as you can with actually still pulling the punch or pulling the hit. Problem is, we're on a tile floor in a Legion Hall, and he commences to stomp me into the ground. Ooh. And my head just bing, 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 forehead's going off this tile floor. Concussion boy don't need that shit.
Yeah, no.
So, God bless Stat Boy. He drags my carcass off the friggin' ground and kind of carries me to the back. Finally, Sam comes to help him. And it gets back to me in the back that Dylan is inconsolable. He's just a mess. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck. And part of me is going,
just saw his dad get the shit kicked out of him.
Right. So, like, 95% of me is like, oh, I got to get to my boy. The other 5% of me is doing two things. One's going, I may have a real concussion because my head's ringing. Yeah, that whole part of me is going, oh, I got to sell. What do I do? I got to sell. So I tell Mikey, I get word out to Mikey, bring him to, there was like a little corridor that had the bathrooms that only the boys and the people in the locker room used. I said, get him to the corridor. So we get him in there, and I, suck it up. And I go, everything's good, Bubba. I'm good. And he finally calms down after I can talk to him and just kind of It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Mikey then leads him to Jay. Jay takes him back, and Mikey's, "Are you okay?" I'm like, I almost fall down into Mikey because my head's ringing so hard from this beatdown that was unintentionally worse than it was. So to see stuff like that with Liv, like that with people that are still, and again, there's a difference between smartening them up because, I mean, that's my kid. It's daddy's friends. It's okay. But stuff like that, where it's just I say just a fan like it sounds. It's a fan who's concerned about somebody they love and watch on television being so immersed in the product they have to be told everything's okay. And I find that even now, almost 32 years, 33 years into this, I still find that just enduring, and that's wonderful.
Yeah,
that's so great.
Yeah, no argument there.
So big ups to Liv for that.
Yeah,
big ups.
Props to somebody let it happen too, if we're going to be honest.
Yes.
And then before we go to Noah to bring us out, I do have 3 bits of congratulations that I want to throw out there.
Ooh.
Yes. The first one is on a professional level. The last 2 are on personal levels.
Ooh.
But professionally, congratulations to the almost 50-year-old Lita.
Right.
For getting yet another championship in her resume.
Yes.
Alongside the man, Becky Lynch. You know, would it have been better if it had been Lita and Trish? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Well, yes.
But I am so happy for this. And it's funny because I was talking to Cece about it the other night, or I was talking to somebody about it. Oh, you know what? I think I mentioned it on the ATW View last night to you guys.
Yes, you did.
Because you guys were going off about Lita and everything. It's like WWE owed her that shit after the way they did her at her retirement match.
Oh, yeah.
With the Crime Time wholesale and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, even as a Crime Time fan, I'm like, it's a bad look, guys. I love you, and it's funny, but why you gotta do my girl like that? I know she's a heel, but you don't gotta do her like that. I mean, and yeah, she's had moments here and there since then, but I honestly feel like she deserved this.
Yeah, she deserved it big time.
And I know it's not going to be a long-term thing. There's no need for it to be a long-term thing. Hell, as far as I'm concerned, they could lose him back on Raw next week.
Right.
And I'm good with it because Lita got the straps.
Right.
You know, would I like to see her hold it to Backlash at least? Since, you know, it's more than likely going to be 6-man at Mania. Yeah, that would be nice. See Lita have a little mini run there.
Right.
And then at Backlash, Damage Control can get their Backlash.
Yeah.
Fits the name, like I talked about. Make the name matter.
But I'm just so stoked because, and Jeff knows I've been an Amy Dumas fan since she was in ECW as Miss Congeniality alongside Dastardly Danny Doring and Roadkill.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, I was a fan of hers when I first saw her in 1999.
Yep.
Before the boob job, before S.A. Rios, before she was a hoe for the Godfather.
Yeah.
And I've never wavered on her, even when she turned heel.
Right.
Jeff, if you want to send me those, that's fine.
Oh, well, I have it literally queued up.
Oh, okay.
Let me just hit that button.
That's true. I forgot you're on the producer side, too.
All right, indie darlings from the West Coast area, Cindy G.
Yeah, let me, God, it's way zoomed out here, but let me. So, Cindy says, my 9-year-old self who started watching wrestling just met one of her favorites, WWE Hall of Famer Lita. West Coast Pro Wrestling presents West Coast, Best Coast, San Francisco. This is tonight, tonight. That you got
California. And the old school WWE, how do I call it, Women's Championship.
Yep.
That's so good.
Yeah, see, my ex, my daughter's mom,
Oh yeah,
has the WWF version, no nameplate.
right. Yep.
Signed by Lita, Molly, Victoria, like so many. The cat signed it.
Yep.
I don't remember if Trish is on it or not.
Yet. Her and I are Teresa and I trying to. Right?
But pretty much every dominant person that you can think of
that held back,
with a few exceptions.
Yep.
Signed that belt for her.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Teresa was like me and got her hands on the WWF version before they went out of circulation.
Me and Chris got her that WWF version.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. So yeah, I am happy I got a WWF Big Eagle. She got the WWF labeled Women's Championship, which,
Put it to you like this. Lita has always been such a big thing for me that when we went to the Halloween Raw in 2005, I dressed like Matt Hardy. She dressed like Lita.
Yep.
Our friend was supposed to dress up like Jeff, but he decided to go into business for himself and dress up like the Hurricane and totally killed the gimmick.
But we took AJ, didn't we?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
So that's the professional congratulations I wanted to give out.
Love that the Lita's champion. That's
the
awesome.
Two on the more personal side of the professional. First of all, congratulations to Sonya on getting engaged.
Yay.
Yeah.
Good on her, man.
And congratulations to Solo Sikoa on his marriage.
Congrats, brother.
Got you, man.
I don't think I have ever seen that man smile before. Never. So that black and white picture in the middle is like, that's blackmail material because I have never seen that man smile.
That is great.
Even Sammy couldn't get him to break like that on TV.
Yo,
you could see him smirk.
You know what?
Never saw him smile like that.
You know why? Because not only is he about to be the king of the streets, but now he's about to be the king in the sheets. Ah!
That's right. That's right.
Damn it.
You know what though? Other than the actual bride and groom pictures, the best part of seeing that was seeing everybody. Jimmy, Jay, Trent's there, their mom's there. Just freaking awesome, man.
And I'm pretty sure that's his kids in the top photo because she's his longtime girlfriend.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure those are their kids together.
So it's everybody. You talk about bloodline. That's bloodline for real. I love that shit. That's great. I'm pretty sure his long-term girlfriend and Trinity have been friends for a hot minute too, which is why they're so close to each other in the picture too. I'm pretty sure I know Trim was maid of honor. I didn't get all the details, but it was wonderful to see that the family is united. However they are on camera, not so much, but off camera.
I was going to say, you noticed Roman wasn't there.
Just saying.
Throwing that out there. Where was Roman?
Well, again, something else to keep in mind too.
Where's Papa Quiche?
I don't know what day the wedding was, and I don't know exactly where Solo and his bride live. But if it wasn't in Southern California, I'm sure it was a bitch for Quiche to get to, would be my guess. Because he and Dave still run the school out here, and I'm pretty sure Quiche is still local here. Could be wrong. As far as Roman, people forget that prior to Solo joining WWE, and even before joining the Bloodline on camera back in at the Clash, Solo has gone on record saying he hadn't seen Roman face to face in 20 years.
Oh wow, that's right. Yeah. So
maybe the families aren't as fully reunited yet. And again, Roman's the world champion. He's probably off somewhere doing something.
That's more than likely. In all likelihood, as Aaron would say.
Yes. And now to take us home, to wrap things up, as he always does so eloquently, the man who will be leading the commentary tomorrow.
That's a good friend. I love that so much.
Noah Foster, take us home, good sir.
Well, it's always a pleasure, my friends, in and out of this panel and chat. And you already know, I may not speak a lot, but when it comes to hosting panels, doing predictions, or taking part in topics, I give it all I got, including this. If people want to know more about me, know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it! But I digress. So find me on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at nfoster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to the entire W family on Twitter, including the low-key of the family, Eric, which still, I wonder how much my blood pressure went up last night, and I'm still wondering what's wrong with the dictionary. But you know what? English is what it is, if you will. Stay tuned, of course, for our Championship Multiverse via coverage, live watch live event, AEW Revolution. Yep, I'm on the call once again. Always a pleasure. It's my greatest joy in life as a professional wrestling fan. And of course, my color cohort here could be analyzing and bringing you all the one-liners you need in James Hebert. And then we'll be taking a short reprieve until Sacrifice, where, of course, me and James will be back again, bringing you a Friday Night Impact. And then we go from there into the madness of the year, culminating that is WrestleMania weekend. Lord help my voice. And that's just, a short range bit of things to come to, including subtangent. Not my NXT, but an NXT that I can at least say is better. I will be doing a call for this coming Tuesday's NXT Roadblock, their last pit stop before we see who stands and deliver. But as always, I'd like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. There is no right or wrong way of handling it. There's also not one single way of handling it. Watch what you freaking say and tweet, people. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. It's as simple as that.
There you go. So, as we wrap this up so that we can go to sleep, I know, Noah, what is sleep?
Well,
so that we can get some rest before you go to church in the morning.
Yeah, I guess I should.
And before you gentlemen call the action tomorrow night. Want to once again wish a on-air happy birthday to the man whose name has disappeared from the marquee, but it's there figuratively. The West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
Happy birthday, brother. God bless you.
Happy birthday.
Hopefully you enjoyed your video surprises this evening.
Very much did. Yes, it's good to know that no matter how much time I spend apart from people, that they still think enough of me to wish me well. And I particularly hockey people, and I don't get to see a lot of them, a whole lot, whether they're with LA or not anymore. I don't get to see a lot of those people anymore. So I'm truly tickled she took time out of her day. You can tell she's on the move. She's going somewhere in that video, but she took the time.
Well, she's in her Stars gear. She may have been at the arena.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing that came in today.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, and it's her birthday.
She was reminded about it.
Yeah. So not only was she at the game, not only is it her birthday, she still made it a point to stop and send that. And I for all the things that I've done bad, all the things I've gotten wrong in my life, fucking hell. Really. So again, thank the three of you that sent videos. Thank the three of you for getting me through the last year plus with this show, with the premium calls, the pay-per-view live calls, whatever you want to call it, and just everything in between. You guys, you three in the room, and people like the three people that send the videos and the people that are still watching, you guys are my salvation. And I can't stress that enough. So thank you all.
Thank you, brother.
It's been my joy, good sir.
And we're only just getting started.
Absolutely, because WrestleMania is just around the fucking corner.
Let's freaking go!
It's now March 5th, and as the Nate always famously said, we've only just begun. Woo!
For the He-Man, James Hebert. For the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster. For the birthday boy, Jeff Meacham. I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you for joining us this evening. We will see you tomorrow for our coverage of AEW Revolution.
Have a good night, folks.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, wait, where's Josh?